Welcome to your Lane Hudson Young Guns Mania leader. This is episode 232 of the Hockey Cards Gongshow podcast. My name is Josh. I'm here with Phil. I'm here with Baba Louie and special guest host Mike DiStefano. Hey, Mike. How's it going,
Mike?
bud?
What's going on, gentlemen? Happy to be here to talk some cards.
Happy to have you, Mike. Let's go.
Absolutely.
I think in Canada, a lot of people have heard of you, especially in the Toronto area. Of course, Mike is a TSN personality, does a lot of radio, a lot of TV, host of the Hockey Card Haven podcast, which is great, and everybody should absolutely check out. And then also Phil's favorite show and daily listen, the Locked On Leafs podcast. Great, Phil.
Would love to have you on anytime, Phil. When the Leafs and Sens got to be coming up against each other at some point here in the near future. I'll assume we'll have to get you on the show.
All right, we'll see how that'll work out. I'll make a lot of new friends there, I'm sure.
Oh man.
Well, it is a special day for us having Mike on because, Louis, we finally have a real Canadian on our show. It's really great. I assume, Mike, that you've heard of the Amazon Prime docuseries NHL Face Off? Okay.
Correct.
Did you hear when Phil said nobody in Canada had heard of that show?
No one's heard of the show. Why would you say that?
Well, that's funny you say that, Mike. I didn't say that. I said myself and my friends have not heard of that show. So
okay.
I don't hang around a lot of cable television guys. So, but the boys in the States want to rib me every show about it. So I better start watching it.
To be fair, even worse, it's pretty sure it's a subscription show. Like you gotta
that's 10 times worse.
Yeah, you gotta have Amazon Prime to
I don't
watch,
have that.
I think. Yeah.
I don't even know what Amazon Prime is.
What?
Was it like a shipping, like for TV?
Yeah, free shipping. You don't buy everything on Amazon?
I use my brother's account and it just comes to my house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there like a big click in Canada between like cable TV and non-cable TV people? Is it like the Montagues and the Capulets? What's going on here?
I don't know.
No, I haven't had cable television in a long time, and it's I don't know. I get my news from YouTube.
I'm too busy working. I get up in the morning, I go to work.
That is right, Louis. I am busy.
I come home and I go to bed and I do it again.
Working man.
On at 7 a.m., boys.
All right. Lot to get into today. Tons to get into. Baba Louie and I are still limping along through the plague. We got the change of season sickness, of course. I get every year. Do you, Louis, too, or did you just get it from me?
This is your doing.
Okay.
Guys having lots of sleepovers, eh? You know, washing your hands.
Our moms are very nice about that. Okay, got to give a quick Rip Party update. We're a little less than 3 weeks away from our very first ever event, Rip Party. We spent the weekend, Baba Louie and I, and did a little dry run with a couple Series 1 hobby boxes. We had some rip stations set up, and we had to, right, Louie? There was the responsible thing to do, of course. And, of course, if you haven't heard, and are new maybe here, well, first, welcome to the show. Secondly, Rip Party is a live stream event. It'll be streamed on live on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook. We think Instagram. We're still working on connecting that. It'll be in Toronto, coming to you from Toronto, live from the Chateau Gongshow. And the gist of Rip Party is we'll have a number of hobby friends at the Chateau opening what are cool, interesting, and kind of maybe some crazy boxes for everyone to see. And then we'll also be opening a ton of boxes that will be given away via the chat, and tons of people have donated, and we'll be opening those live. And if you win a box, we'll of course send you the hits. If a box is given away to you, you win it, and we hit a $10,000 card, you get a $10,000 card. That's the way we roll, right, Phil?
You got it. I'm mailing it right away.
And from a giveaway standpoint, more boxes keep coming in almost every day. The latest is GP Sports has donated a box of 2023-24 SP Authentic to be given away and opened live at Rip Party. So we want to say thank you to Grant and
Thanks,
the
Grant.
GP
Thank you,
Sports team
Grant.
for that. Super cool. I think that gives us now 12 total boxes. And just looking at 2023-24 SPA, we're up to 3 boxes of that now, which is just crazy. So
big boy boxes too. Big boy boxes.
Yeah, people are like,
the flops are in
like,
there.
It's ridiculous, and very humbling how people are stepping up to help us make this event really special. And to us, the giveaways are so important because from our perspective, it's a big thank you to the hobby, of course, at large, and then the people that have supported our show. So be sure to mark your calendars for Friday, November 8th, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then lastly, before we get started, a reminder that our show, the Hockey Cards Gongshow podcast, is a Patreon podcast. That means you can, Oh my gosh. We rely on your support to help us cover show expenses, continue to produce more and what we hope to be better hockey card content, and then fund initiatives, even in a small way to grow the hockey hobby. You can join our $1.99 support level tier for as little as $5 a month. You get access to our Discord. You can produce our fantasy hockey, our 5K challenge, and some of the other kind of cool stuff we do there. It's very easy to support us. You can go to our website, hockeycardsgongshow.com, click on the Become a Patron link at the top of the page. Go to the Patreon website directly, patreon.com, search for Hockey Cards Gong Show. There's a link in the show description of both podcast tabs and on YouTube, and then our Instagram and TikTok profiles as well. Since the last show, we have 2 new patrons. We have Henchman21, joined out of $1.99, and then Breaks with Mav, joined as a Gong Show partner. This is a way that we give smaller hobby businesses and breakers a way to spotlight their business. Mav is a loop hockey breaker from the Twin Cities in the has LCS in Golden Valley. Louis, you can follow him on Instagram. Yep.
Okay.
You can follow him on Instagram at Break with Mav. He does multi-sport breaks in loop, including a bunch of hockey ones. And this upcoming Saturday, he's got a huge break, guys. If you'll listen to this, 100 hockey box break planned. Wow. A bunch of big product seal boxes. So thank you so much, Mav, and welcome to the fam.
Nice.
Welcome.
Yeah, very, very nice. All right, Louis, you ready for the game plan?
Sure am. On today's show, we'll start off with Get to Know Your Hall of Famers segment. Next, the much anticipated Who's Hot and the Struggle Bus returns. Following that, we'll reveal, in no particular order, Phil, the selections for the Anaheim Ducks Hobby Mount Rushmore. And then we're off to Hobby News. Next on deck will be Mike, and we'll have a little Young Guns game called One Touch 'em, Top Load 'em, or Penny Sleeve 'em, as heard and seen on the Hockey Card Haven podcast. Then we'll also have a special interview segment with Luke the Cardist, who will discuss creating the Young Guns Renewed. Phil then takes the stage with a back-to-back of his classic What Puts the Poo on Phil's Shoe. Phil, do you need a unicorn and rainbow refill?
I do need a unicorn. I'm actively looking. Haven't found her yet.
And we're then off to the Gongshow Mailbag and closing with any personal pickups. Josh, you're up.
Yeah. Okay. You did it, Louis.
I did.
Yeah. Excellent. Really good.
Louis hurting
like
bad.
Trash.
So yeah, that was like at about an energy of a 2, but also about 190% effort from Louis at this point. So really, really appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna roll right into. We're gonna roll right into our first segment. Get to know your Hall of Famers. So we're at part 3 of our series, where we're gonna try to chronicle the life, careers, and hobby markets of every elected member of the Hockey Hall of Fame. Starting in chronological order from the very first class in 1945, we began our series looking about George Vezina and then Hod the Bod Stewart. Now remember, we're going to do a quick bio, why you should care about them, and then highlight their hobby markets. For part 3, I decided to pick another one of the bigger vintage names, Howie Morenz. You guys heard of Howie? I assume, Mike, you've heard of Howie?
No, I'll be honest. I don't think I'm too familiar with Howie Bill Morenz. But I heard he's a good player. I heard he was a heck of a hockey player back in his day.
Yeah, I think he's Canadian too. I think.
You think?
I think so.
You guys okay? All right. Well, here we go. Well, hey, in America, I would guess the name recognition of Howie Morenz is very small to almost non-existent. Aside from, it's pretty sad. All right. Well, maybe I'm wrong. People chime in. All right. Howard William Morenz, or Howie Bill Morenz, as Mike called them, was a Canadian professional hockey player, lived from 1902 until 1937, dying at just 34 years old. So of the first 3 guys that we've covered now, none of them have made it to 40.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy. Hod Stewart, as we recall, died in a swimming accident in his late 30s. And Vezina died tuberculosis.
How'd Howie die?
We'll find out.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
He was born in Mitchell, Ontario. Played professional hockey in the NHL from 1924 to 1937. Was a center. You guys spell it different than we. I think you spell it cooler than we do, but
the proper way.
Yeah, there we go. 12 of his 14 professional seasons were spent with the Montreal Canadiens. He also did stints with the Blackhawks and New York Rangers. In 550 career NHL games, Morenz scored 271 goals, added 201 assists for 472 points. He was a 3-time Stanley Cup champion, led the NHL in scoring 2 times, a 3-time Hart Memorial Trophy winner, 2-time first All-Star Team center, one-time second all-star team center. So, to your point, Phil, how and why did Howie Morenz die at just 34 years old?
Yeah.
Here we go. On January 28th, 1937, in a game versus the Blackhawks, Morenz suffered a pretty bad broken leg while chasing after a puck and then crashing into the boards. He was taken to the hospital. It was determined that he'd require a long recovery and would miss the rest of the Canadiens' season. He had a very difficult hospital stay, struggled, I think, a lot with mentally with being in there, not being able to move around, and of course, play for his Canadiens team. At one point, he even suffered a nervous breakdown. He was drinking a lot, so they had stories about team members smuggling in booze to him in the hospital at different times, of course. Well, after about 2 months in the hospital on March 8th, 1937, Morenz attempted to get up from his hospital bed to use the washroom and collapsed and died from a pulmonary embolism suffered as a result of his broken leg at just 34 years old. Morenz was so beloved in Montreal that more than 50,000 people came to the Montreal Forum to pay their respects as Morenz's casket was laid at center ice during his funeral a few days later.
I believe it.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So why should you care about Howie Morenz? Well, he is considered to be one of the first stars of the NHL. If you're watching on YouTube, the image that we're showing is from the very first NHL All-Star game with the Morenz there. He looks like a biology professor more than a hockey player, doesn't he?
Looks 55 years old.
That's what I was gonna say. Like,
Yeah.
he looks like he's 48 years old, not 30.
When men were men, right?
Yeah, so he was probably like 33 or something like that in this picture, which is crazy.
Ooh.
He finished in the top 10 in scoring in the league 10 times during his career. And for 7 straight seasons, Morenz led the Canadiens in both goals and points. At the time of his death, he was the all-time NHL leader in points with 472. A 1950 Canadian press poll named Howie Morenz the best hockey player of the first half of the century. That's pretty big. After his death, the Canadiens honored him by retiring his number 7, becoming the first ever number retired by the team. When the NHL announced its top 100 players of all time in 2017, Morenz was on the list. And then finally in May of 2012, the Canadiens honored Morenz by placing a statue outside of the Bell Center. I've never been to the Bell Center. Have either of you, Phil or Mike, and seen the statue there?
I have not. I realize I recognize the name, and now you're going through all the accolades. Now I'm understanding why. Heck of a hockey player, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, one of the best of all time, I guess.
I remember his plaque at the Montreal Forum when my dad used to take me to the old Forum. There were big plaques. Some of them were bigger than others, I remember, and I think his was. They called them the Mitchell Meteor.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at like Howie Morenz hobby market, as far as pre-war vintage players go, he's one of the bigger names that's collected. And because his NHL career started a little bit later than the first 2 players that we profiled, there's more Howie Morenz cards to collect. The Hod Stewart, he died before the first hockey set in 1910 was created, so there really wasn't any hockey cards. Howie Morenz rookie card is considered this 1923 Patterson V145-1. The highest public sale to date is this PSA 3 we're looking at on YouTube that sold for $16,975 US in April of this year. Then there's 3 other additional Morenz cards that I found from the 1920s. There's the 145-2 from the year later, 1924, where they look so similar. It's kind of crazy. PSA 5 sold for as much as $4,300 in October 2021. There's, if you guys have ever wondered, like in Clear Cut, this next card connected the dots for me. Those Champs cards, well, it was a cigarette company. I didn't know that because it's not an American brand. So a 1924 Champs cigarette, where a PSA 7 that we're looking at right now sold for as much as $6,433 US in March of 2021. And then the last 20s card of Morenz is a 1924 Maple Crispet, where a PSA 6 sold for as much as $7,079 in 2021. Beyond that, there's a number of Morenz cards you can get in the early 1930s that you can research. I picked out 2 to highlight because I think they're from really cool sets. There's the 1933 OPC Series A. I believe this is the first year of OPC, where a copy with a green background and a PSA 7 graded sold for $4,928 US in February 2017. Now, these came in 4 different background colors. So there's green, red, there's like an orange, yellow. I don't know what can't remember what the official color of that is, and then a blue.
Orange Slice, maybe? Blue Taxi? No?
Yeah.
The original parallel.
Buzzword in 1933. And then I think as a testament to his star power, he was included in the 1933 Gaudi Sport King set, which highlighted the top athletes from all the most popular sports in North America. And this PSA 8 copy is sold for as much as $2,858 way back in May of 2015. So there we go. That's it for Howie Morenz. Did we learn anything?
Good job, Josh.
Yeah,
for sure.
Okay.
I always do find, like, after, like I said, listener to the podcast, been listening to the pod for a couple of years now, and I like when you guys, did this segment, you started looking back on, a bunch of the vintage stuff. Even when you do your deep dive into, vintage cards for
Fanatics.
the Fanatic stuff, it always makes me want to, I don't know, start collecting vintage. I've never actually done it. I've never acted on that urge, but it does make me think, and I enjoy looking at them too when I'm like at the show and stuff. Vintage.
So when you're at the expo in a few weeks, if you had to buy a vintage card, let's say, and not even like 70s, like 60s or earlier, which one comes to the top of mind first to you?
Honestly, one of the first one that comes to mind, the 53 Parker set is, I guess, what comes to mind first, right?
Well, the 51 would be the first one.
51. And then actually last year I had a gentleman who I worked with when we went to the show. He was looking for a 63. I think that's why my numbers. He was looking for a 63 Parker set from like his childhood. And I don't know, we went and had like 3 hours, and I took him around trying to find all the vintage dealers, and he was trying to find cards, and he had a blast. He had never been to the show before, and he had just kind of found these cards, and he had heard that I was interested. It was just a guy that also worked at TSN. And we had a blast just like looking through a bunch of vintage cards, and guys that had unbelievable nicknames back in the day, like a Billy Morenz or something like that. Like, he knew all the nicknames. I'm just saying the actual name, and he's like, oh yeah, Red so and so. It was just a lot of fun just going through, and like I never had, I guess, an appreciation for vintage prior to that, and kind of since then, and with the help of this podcast, I've kind of grown more of an appreciation for it.
Is there a name that sticks out? So you look at the 51 Parker set. What do you want, like the Gordie Howe or Sawchuck or
probably? If Gordie Howe would be nice.
Not too bad.
Nice.
Spendy.
That'd be a nice one.
But nice, yeah. Phil, what's the oldest hockey card you own?
Oh, good question. Probably Guy Lafleur rookie. Yeah, that's as far as back as I go. I don't like. I respect this. I love talking about it. I wish I knew more about it. I'm not interested to collect it, and I don't know why. But I love learning about it. But I'm not going before 70s. I mean,
I don't think that's a bad thing. This is a very broad hobby. I mean, there's tons of stuff, and you got to kind of pick your lanes.
Oh yeah, the hobbies.
So, there's nothing wrong with that.
Pick your tribe.
I have a question for you. Like, this stuff doesn't come up on the market a lot, right? Like, we're talking about the sales. You're looking back at 2017, 2021. Like, they're kind of few and far between. Maybe it comes up once a year, a couple times. Not to get all doom and gloom, but the people who own these cards, who collected these cards, are getting to a point where they may be leaving us. Do you think we see like an influx of these vintage, like 20s, 30s, 40s cards kind of hit the market once someone else takes ownership of them and doesn't appreciate them as much?
The grandkids
thought about that. Yeah. And they're just let me cash in on these cards. And then at some point, like a lot of these will eventually hit the market.
Maybe you could see a little bit of an uptick, but when you go and like look at like the PSA pop reports on these sets, they're
so low. Yeah.
Which is why people get really crazy. So like this card we're looking at, the 33 Morenz Sport Kings. This is I would assume, if not the highest copy, one of the highest graded copies, and it last sold in 2015. So if this goes up on the Fanatics Collect Weekly or Slapsharks auction or something like that, there's going to be collectors of this set that are going to go hard
Yeah.
after it. And so I think to me, that's, as an observer of the hobby, that's one of the cool things about vintage is these, what McDavid Young Guns goes up for sale about every hour, I'm sure. When you have cards that are from very special players, icons of the game, foundation builders of the game that haven't sold in 6, 7, 8 years, it's really fun to see people come out, of the woodwork to really compete and try to win those cards.
What I'm curious to see is in 10, 15, 20 years when we're of the demographic of, so those guys are going to get going soon, let's say 10, 20 years, who's going to, my worry is who's going to care? Like, I know my son's not going to think of Howie Morenz as I think of Howie Morenz. And if I'm not collecting Howie Morenz, he's definitely not going to collect. It's just going to scale off, and it's kind of sad. That's why I think it's good we keep talking about it. And I wish I liked vintage, but who's going to buy this in 20 years? Who?
Couldn't you say it about today, though? This guy died in 1937, right? So
yeah,
we could have easily had that. You could have asked, and it's not a bad question, but you could have asked that question 20 years ago.
And
it
more
would have been
people
just
would have
as
known.
relevant as it is today. And I don't know. Interest in the 1952 Topps Mickey Mantle doesn't seem to be waning, or Wayne Gretzky hasn't played a game in 25 years. And
it's different than a 1933 card.
Sure. I just think that there's a person that has a mentality that's attracted to really old stuff and sees the novelty of a card that in not too long, his rookie's over 100 years old now.
That's crazy. That's wild.
All right. Good conversation. We're going to move on, though. A very special day. Very special day for Mike to be here after a little bit of a hiatus now. The segment we do once a week during the season is back. Who's hot in the struggle bus? So we had to get the struggle bus out of the barn, dust it off, jump the battery maybe, and get it rolling for the 2024-25 NHL season. So far, guys, scoring in this league is off to a blistering pace. I checked this morning. There's been an average very early. We know it's like six, seven games, something like that. 3.2 goals per game right now, which is the highest, would be the highest pace since 1993. And league-wide save percentage is below 0.900. Oof. Again, very early, but has not finished below 0.9 since 1995 either.
Wow.
So that means...
Whoa, that's a big number.
That means there's going to be a lot of candidates for, who's hot on the scoring side, and a lot of goalies candidates for struggle bus as we start 2024-25. But like we always do, we're going to start out with who's hot, and I'm going to go first. So my nominee is Troy's favorite defenseman, Nikita Kucherov. With 7 goals and 2 assists and 9 points in 4 games. I'd say that's a pretty decent start for Kuch.
That looks like the most energy he showed at the entire All-Star game that whole weekend in his one photo.
He's drunk there. He went right after to do the press conference. That's what happened.
Well, so at the time I did my research, his 7 goals was the most in the NHL early this season. 9 points was tied for 5th place. Kucherov, of course, is coming off a season in which he scored 44 goals, added 100 assists for 144 points, and he had 113 points the year before.
Crazy.
With Stamkos now in Nashville, Kucherov has been playing on the Lightning's top line with Jake Gensel and Braden Point, of course, also on the first power play unit. And then the $1 million question with Kucherov is always, does the hobby care? Has 2 amazing seasons, leading the NHL in goals so far this season. Well, Nikita Kucherov is a 2013-14 Young Guns PSA 10 Pop 504, 57% gem rate, less sold on October 17th for $580 US. Pretty low pop, 504. You get pre-McDavid, and the print runs are a lot smaller, of course. Well, at 580 US, you got a comment, Mike?
No, I'd say they're all at BGS at that point. So there's a lot more BGS from pre-COVID, I guess. There's a lot of BGS stuff. But
at 580, that's down 1% in the past month, but up 38% in the past 3 months. So, Mike, since we've never had you on before, is there anything he could ever do for the hobby to make him a big hobby chase?
I mean, if he wins a heart, I think if he wins a heart and then like in the same year can go ahead and win himself, playoff MVP and take home a Conn Smythe, I think that would certainly give him a solid boost. But for some reason, it's just, one of those guys that there's not a lot of collectability. I don't know if it's because, he was on a team that had a lot of different guys. It's a lot of mouths to feed, a lot of money to go into different pockets on that team. Could be the Russian factor, possibly. But for whatever reason, no one's been willing to invest heavily in Nikita Kucherov. But he is one of the best players in the world at this point. And if you just put him up, in terms of his talent and skill, and you cross it with a pop count, probably should be a little higher. I think it's an undervalued card, but I think that's because there's not a lot of love there. I don't know if there's a lot outside of winning another cup, Conn Smythe, and a league MVP that could really boost it.
He doesn't do himself any favors, right? Remember when he was drunk in that post presser and he called out Montreal fans for celebrating too hard?
Me?
That probably wasn't the best thing. That province is what, half our hockey card market?
Yeah, exactly. So all of Montreal is out on Kucherov.
Yeah, they're done.
Good point.
Yeah, I don't know. There's the Florida thing too. He already won the Hart in 2019. That didn't help much.
Oh, he did?
Maybe,
True.
Maybe if he wins it again.
Didn't even know that.
I don't know. All right, so Nikita Kucherov is our first pick in our first Who's Hot of the 2024-25 season. Phil, you got the next pick. Who did you go with?
Thanks, Josh. I'll take it from here. Louis, could you put up the picture, please? There he is, the golden boy. Jake Sanderson, born in Whitefish, Montana. Interesting, Josh. A silly name with animals. Any thoughts about that, Moose Jaw, Josh? Anyways,
I love Moose Jaw. Well, no, stop. You asked me a question. Let me answer. I love Moose Jaw. Big Moose Jaw fan. Right. Not as big, of course, as Gelf.
Oh my god.
Love Gelf. So much better. And Whitefish is cool.
Mike, jump in any time here to defend the North.
Yellow horse.
Yellow horse.
No, white horse. Sorry. Yellow knife. White horse.
Oh boy.
White naming city names for the next
white
45
horse
minutes.
And yellow knife. Yeah.
And Whitefish, Montana.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Jake Sanderson was drafted 5th overall in the very stacked 2020 draft, especially the top 10, except Marco Rossi. Hopefully that works out for the boys. Coming off his rookie season, he had 32 points, 4 goals, 28 assists in 77 games. He finished sixth in the Calder voting. Disrespectful. But this year, he's blazing hot start. 6 points in his last 3 games, 3 points in last night, just 1 game, and 3 assists versus Kucherov's 1 point. So new coach Green has hot young Sanderson quarterbacking the second power play unit, but he did so good. They put him on the first. He's averaging 24 minutes a game, just perfect. And his 2022 Young Gun is a PSA 10 pop of 498. Wow. With a gem rate of 51%. Last one sold for $63 USD on October 19th. It's down about 10% in the past month. So pick one up if you want, but I like to get them raw myself.
You said 498. Why did you say wow?
498. That seems like a lot of cards.
Okay. Well, how many Sanderson Young Guns do you own?
We're not doing this.
Yeah, no.
We're not doing this.
You're legally obligated to answer. That's
I am not. No.
Yes.
I don't even have half of Pinto's quantity in Jake Sanderson.
So 600?
No. That doesn't make sense. I said halvesies. No.
Okay.
I have about 100.
When did he get the 8?
Jake Sanderson Young Guns? You have 100 Jake Sanderson Young Guns?
Give or take.
All right.
Yeah. What you want? I'll give you one, Mike.
I've got a couple myself. I've got a couple myself. I'm
Good
just
man.
here like 100. Is that like one of your collecting? You just want to have as many as possible? Like what's the theory behind owning 100 of them?
I'm a card snob. So I have very limited amount of cards I like. And then when I do find one that I like, kind of like an O'Henry bar, I need 4 of them. I don't want just one.
So
I kill
100.
Yeah. Yeah. So Shane Pinto is different. I actually prospected him. I tried to make money in the hobby to pay for my cards, failed miserably.
Yeah.
I'm a little below dollar cost average right now, but things are looking up.
Yeah.
How many Shane ask Mike, can you ask Phil how many Shane Pinto Young Guns he has?
How many Shane Pinto Young Guns do you have?
Probably more than anybody else on the planet combined.
That's probably likely. If you have 100 Sandersons and that doesn't hold the candle to your
I'm over 400 now. Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Thanks, Josh.
I have
exposing me to our new
I think
friend.
I have like 4 and I thought I had too many.
No. So that I tried to do a thing. A thing, right? So that hits $20. You know, it's 8 large in my pocket,
Hey,
give or take.
going on
right?
vacation. Going on vacay
Right.
with that one.
There we go.
You're going to sell 400 Pinto Young Guns. You crash the market just by
I
selling them.
I have a strategy with Sylvain. Confessions of a Card Dealer. I have a strategy with him. He's going to help his boy Phil.
All right, so we have Kucherov. We have Phil picked an Ottawa Senator. That's shocking to everyone. Nobody can believe it.
Oh, whatever.
And then now, Mike, you get to pick.
Yeah, I'm going Dylan Guenther, who's been red hot to start the season. He's a 22-23 Series 2 Young Guns. He got 5 goals early on the season. Finished off red hot last year, 10 goals, 18 points in the final 18 games of the year. He's playing up on the top line for Utah. His PSA 10 has a pop count of 266, just a 33% gem rate. So, I mean, I think that adds to the lore of why this card is people want it, I guess. Last sold for 150 USD on October 19th, which is down 8% the past week, but go back to August 8th, and this card sold for $50 USD. So that's not bad. Nice little triple your money in a couple of months here after a red hot start from Dylan Guenther. So I think that qualifies for who's hot at this point.
Totally agree. And one of the more fun stories in the first week of the season too.
Yeah,
following the Utah Hockey Club.
Yeah, scored the first goal of in that building. That'll be I don't know if any of you guys watched that game, but or even like saw on Twitter or something, but everybody thought they were cheeky, saying, "Oh, Dylan Guenther, answer to the eventual trivia question for who scored the first goal for Utah."
Yeah.
I saw that tweet
at
least 48 times.
Wow,
real original.
Where do you guys stand on? Are you like a lot of people warming up to the idea of not renaming and just staying Utah Hockey Club?
Yes.
Or me too.
Yeah,
I think
me too. Yeah.
I like when the Washington football team came in, I thought, hey, just leave it, keep it. I think he's better in Commanders. And I like what they're doing. The color scheme is really cool. It's the Utah Hockey Club. Just sounds clean. They're probably going to end up picking a cool thing like a Utah Yeti. Sounds like that's likely to be it, which is a cool name. Don't get me wrong. But I think like those are just sharp looking, the jerseys. I think you just stick with it. The Utah Hockey Club sounds professional, you know?
If they do end up going the Yeti route, I hope they keep these as their reverse retro or alternate jersey.
Yeah.
I think that would be the move.
Think about the sick patches you'll be able to get from a Yeti, though. Like you get some sick patches out of a Yeti.
That blue off of the Utah. I hope they keep the same color scheme too. The Kraken patches are nice. You see a nice veneers. It just flows good, you know.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, there it is. After 4 months in the barn, rolling up. The very first time the season is the struggle bus. And I got the first guy who's got a front seat here. Do you guys remember when Zach Hyman was a 50 goal scorer last year? You remember that?
Are we just talking about how great he was?
I do. Everyone in Toronto talked about it for 6 months.
Yeah. Scored 54 goals, tallied 77 points in 80 games last year. Remember when he had finally found his hockey home in comfort space, burying perfect passes from Draisaitl and McDavid? Well,
power play god. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. A month ago, the NHL even ranked Hyman the 35th best player or current player in the league.
Wow, that's
do you agree with that? Do you guys agree with that? Yes or no?
No.
It's a little high for me. It's a little rich. I think that he for the longest when he was in Toronto, I always called him one of the more slept on, underrated players, and I think he was for a while. Last year, after coming out 54 goals, I think 35's a tad rich. I'd still probably put him in the top
100.
Certainly. Oh, easy top 100, but like maybe like top 60, top 50, 60. I could see 35 is a bit rich though.
Well, someone needs to call him and tell him that the season started because he basically hasn't got off the ground yet. Through 6 games played, the 32-year-old Edmonton forward has 0 points. Overall, the Oilers.
Blame
who?
I blame you.
Yeah, sure. Why not? overall, the entire Oilers team's off to a slow start, just 2-4. I'm sure it'll come around, right? It's hard to do the struggle bus in the early season because, like I said, it's not a lot of games. But the team's too good, of course, for him to remain on the snide for too long. That being said, though, do you guys think he gets to 40 goals this year? Even?
Yeah, I think that there's a good. That's a good line. I'll say that it's definitely a good line to get to. I'm gonna say no. He gets close. I think he get like 37, 38 goals. Just so many of those goals last year were scored on the power play.
Yeah.
And just like, can he replicate that again? You know what I mean? So I think high 30s, I think is very likely. 40 would be a great season. Don't get me wrong. I just think he finishes a tad shy of it.
Playing on a power play with McDavid and Draisaitl, it seems like it'd be hard not to score at least 30 goals in a year. But I agree with you too that I don't think he gets to 40. What about you, Phil? What are you predicting?
I think it would relate to the success of the team. I know it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but if the team's not having the great success or chasing playoffs again and everything whatnot, that means his line's not popping it in that much. So I think they got bigger goaltending issues before.
Yeah.
Gotta worry about anything else.
Yeah. Skinner's not playing great so far.
No, not at all.
Didn't last year though. Didn't last year either, and then they turned it around.
Yeah.
And none of us put a goalie on the struggle bus. Well, we could have put all the goalies pretty much.
I almost put Skinner on. I almost put
Gus Bus, but
Georgiev.
Well, yeah.
Oof.
Zach Hyman is a 2016 Young Guns PSA 10 pop 417, 41 or 51% gem rate. Last sold $94 on October 19th. That's crazy. His Young Guns is almost $100.
Is
that low or high? Low or high for you?
That's high for me.
I last year there was times where that thing was touching. This is Canadian, so you can do the math in your head there. But it was going for like 180, 200 Canadian.
Yeah, at the end of the year when he's just popping like crazy, right?
I mean, yeah, at that point it was like a 50 goal score.
Well, remember Sylvain? He bought those big cup cards and he did well.
Yeah.
Get your point. Where I was coming from, distinction maybe without a difference, Mike, is that there's so many guys that have their pricing in the $60, $70, $80 range that I think are better players, but it has to do with market. And you're right, 54 goals will really push that up in a season where they had a deep playoff run. So that makes sense.
Mike, I just want to ask my quick question. When Toronto players get traded or leave, and it's not on bad or good terms, do you find Toronto people still collect their cards? Like, would a Maple Leaf fan still go after Hyman because he's in the Leafs jersey and they still?
So Hyman in particular, I would say yes, because Hyman almost looked as like the one that got away.
Okay.
Right. So like a lot of Leaf fans still love themselves Zach Hyman, and they blame management for being
like Zibanejad for Ottawa.
Yeah,
people still collect him. They love him. He got away. Damn it, we like him.
Exactly. So it's very similar. So people still like to collect Hyman.
Okay.
So the $94 last sale is down 18% in the past 2 weeks and down 25% in the past 3 months. All right, Phil, who do you got on the struggle bus?
Yes, I would like to present to the committee little head, big bodied Kirby Dach. Drafted 3rd overall in 2019. Blackhawks had high hopes for the 6'4" center blue chip prospect, but they traded him 3 years later to Montreal. He was plagued with an ACL, MCL, missed most of last season, so he needed a good start this year. He's tied for the bottom of the basement for plus minus an 8. Whether that's a metric you like to use or not, he's still in the basement. He must have had a bad game, maybe 1 or 2. No, he's played 6 games this year. His coach must be noticing because his ice time has also been cut from 18 minutes and 31 seconds last year to 15 minutes and 49 seconds this year. Yes, I know only 6 games, but it's not trending well. There are lots of season left, lots of room to mature and sharpen the saw. So let's see what happens for this Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta native. He is a 2019 Young Guns with a PSA 10 pop count of 921 of them with a 59% gem rate. That seems to be pretty darn good. Last one sold for $78 USD on October 13th, down 8% in the past 2 weeks, down 38% in the 3 months. In the past 3 months. Yeah, that's my pick for the bus of struggle.
You a Kirby Dach guy, Mike?
Yeah, the problem is the injuries for him, right? Like when he got dealt to Montreal, I thought that was a good pickup for the team. They grabbed a guy who could potentially be a second line center, big, strong body. I liked him a lot in junior and throughout his young career, and just hasn't been able to stay healthy, unfortunately. And he's getting to that point now where he's 23, I want to say
He's 23.
24. Yeah, like it's poop or get off the pot kind of thing when it comes to being a star in this league and having that follow your hobby love, right? So that's
Big
kind
year.
of where I'm at with Gerby Doc.
All right, Mike. Well, you got the last pick this week for the struggle bus. Who you put on there?
Well, this pains me to say because I'm actually a big fan of this guy. It's Elias Pettersson. I'm full. I'm from the Niagara, Toronto area, but I grew up a Canucks fan. So like I'm a big Canucks guy. I thought that he was, going to be one of the greatest players, and it looked like that through the first little bit of his career. 4-time All-Star, perennial Selke candidate. And they paid him big last year. They paid him, 8 years, $92 million contract after scoring 102 points in 2022-23, had 89 points last year, but he was god-awful in the playoffs for the Canucks last season. They took Edmonton to 7 games with only getting 1 goal out of this guy throughout their 13-game playoff run. And he's continued that struggle all the way through this season, just 2 helpers in 5 games so far. And fellas, this struggle runs deep. Since signing that deal on March 3rd, he has just 2 even strength goals since then, and has gone now over 250 plus minutes at even strength without a goal. In general, without a goal. Yeah, that's over the course of a 31 game stretch, including the postseason. For a guy making $11.6 million a year, that is tough. He's a 2018-19 Young Guns with a PSA 10 pop count of 2,699 and a 16. Is that 16?
No, it's 76%.
Okay, I was like 76%. 76% gem rate. Last selling for $123 USD a couple of days ago. Which is somehow up 3% in the last couple of weeks, but down 25% in the past 3 months. So people, I'm assuming, were buying over the summer, aka this dummy right here, thinking he was a bounce back candidate, and that has not been the case early on in the season. Still time, still chance. He's still a very talented player. I may or may not have purchased one earlier today at a card show. But yeah, so far he is firmly planted on the struggle bus.
Is he, dumb question, is he demoted a second line center? Like, is Miller promoted a first line center now?
I mean, it's a 1A, 1B.
Well, yeah, I figured as much.
But he's still Miller drives that team. Okay. He really does. And he's playing with Besser, and Petey's kind of playing with some lesser players like Niels Höglander, but he's so talented. So talented.
DeBrusque on Miller's line or
no, he's with Pettersson. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless that changed. I didn't watch the game yesterday, but unless that changed, he started the year with Pettersson.
All right.
When last year was really the tale of 2 halves. Like, he had a great first half last year. And then didn't they kind of blame it on a knee injury or something like that? Second half?
Yeah, they said around like February-ish, he kind of ended up developing some sort of knee issue, and that's what plagued the second half. But like, boys, we're going. It can't carry over into the next year. You can't make that same criticism. It's funny you mentioned the hot year. Like, you guys are both at the Winter Expo, correct? The Fall Expo last year.
Yeah.
He was like the hottest Young Guns out there that weekend. Like, I remember his Young Guns skyrocketed to like 350 Canadian throughout that weekend. It was insane because he was one of the best players like in the league at that point. And yeah, it's fallen off drastically since.
Was that the year Tage Thompson had a bit of a breakout too?
No, that was the year before.
That was the year before. Okay.
A few years ago, I think now.
Yeah, that was Thompson and Jason Robertson went off.
Yeah. Robertson, not Pettersson.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was Jack Hughes had kind of his big hobby breakthrough, and then Pettersson was really the next guy probably after that.
And William Nylander was a big seller that weekend too. He had that. I had a really big weekend. They were in Sweden, I think, that weekend. He had a really big weekend. And I remember those prices like you went somewhere on the Friday and like a future watch was, let's say $150. The next day, it was like a $300 price tag on it. The exact same dealer.
Damn
It's
it,
like,
I should have bought two.
I know, right?
Well, there we go. That's week 1. Who's hot in the struggle bus? We'll be back next week with some more selections, and we'll see who's riding the struggle bus in week 2. Got to make a mention for Gongshow partner sponsor Slab Sharks. Of course, we're grateful for their support of our show. The current Slab Sharks weekly eBay auction is live. Guys, this week there's more than 3,500 cards to bid on in their auction. It's just another huge, huge auction for the hockey hobby. You can go right now to slabsharks.com, pick out your favorites, place your bids. Mike, Phil, and I have each spent some time this weekend scouring through the auction and have picked out a couple of our favorites. Mike, you're our guest, so we're going to let you go first and tell us which cards really stood out to you in this week's Slab Sharks weekly eBay auction.
Beautiful. All right. Well, the first card that I like is the one you're seeing on screen here for the YouTube viewers. It is a Patrick Kane 1617 UD Trilogy. Was it Triptychs? Is that how it's pronounced?
Triptychs. Yeah, I think so.
Triptychs, like Triptychs. Anyway, patch number to 25 of Patrick Kane, and I just love the patch. Like I'm a big time patch guy. I love patches and autos. Those are like my PC. Just whatever looks cool catches my eye. And I mean, Chicago has always had super cool patch cards, like just the amount of coloring and the feathers. And this one, look how many color breaks there is in this. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's Patrick Kane, future Hall of Famer, multi-time Cup winner, number to 25, original 6 market, checks all the boxes. So I thought this was a beauty card.
Great one. And
I have a
what's the next
question
one?
about it.
Oh,
I have
wait.
a question. Is this a die cut patch card? Would you? That's what it would be, right?
It looks
die
like
cut patch card. You don't see them too often.
You're right.
You don't. Yeah. Not a whole lot. The next one. So we look at the next one now. All right. So here's 0607 UD the Cup limited logos patch auto number to 50 of, sadly, Todd Bertuzzi. I say that because of obviously what happened, but he was one of my favorites growing up. Because remember I said I was a Canucks fan. I grew up a fan of the West Coast Express, which was Todd Bertuzzi, Marcus Naslin, and Brendan Morrison. And Todd Bertuzzi was my guy. Big power forward, take it to the net, tough as nail. Like Todd Bertuzzi was my favorite player prior to the incident. And look at this patch. It's just so beautiful. It's a little piece of the whale, almost like those gradient jerseys they used to have. Like the red and blue kind of grade. It looked like that's where they were able to get that jersey from, that piece of the whale. But I just thought it was a really cool looking, really cool patch. And this is one that I personally would love to put in my collection.
Question. Do you think if Steve Moore didn't get hurt so bad, the consequences wouldn't have been so bad for Todd?
Yes, for sure. Because I like, not that we want to go down that road, but
I kind of want to, but we won't. maybe another time.
I think there's been a lot of things that, like, if you put it in a vacuum where, like, the behind the back punch,
it was bad.
It was bad, but there's been other stuff in the NHL that has
way
been
worse,
just as bad, if not worse. But the outcome didn't turn out to be as bad. Therefore, we didn't see basically didn't turn out to be a lifetime ban, but it was a full season, and his career was never the same.
No, he's toast. Yeah, and then more pursued year after year, as he has the right to. It never went away for 8 years.
Yeah. Canucks got Roberto Luongo out of the deal, though, who then became
very good point.
After that,
good point, Mike.
So it worked out well for Vancouver. Well, not well, but because they could have won a cup the year that it happened. They were a good freaking hockey team. Then they lost their best player midway through the year, and then they ended up getting Louis a couple of years later. He was pretty good.
Shows you how a moment, lapse of judgment can change everybody's opinion about you.
Yeah,
and it just that stays with me because Todd Bertuzzi was beloved. He was, or beloved. I don't know how you would say that, but he just you said it all perfectly. Hit him in his line.
The way he played. The way he played, it's just like I don't know, Canadians love that style of hockey. I know
who's my favorite player, Brady Tkachuk. He's got that hard nose, stand in front of the net, no nonsense, plays on the line, and then he just crossed that line, and it's sad. The whole situation's sad. I just think he got pounded on a little too hard there.
Yeah, I'm a big Bertuzzi guy, so I think it would have been lesser, but unfortunately, the result is what it was.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, Phil, look how much you're learning about Canada from Mike. Isn't this great?
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, thanks, Mike.
All right. Here's my favorites. The first one I picked out is a 2016 Upper Deck Premier Mario Lemieux All-Star patch out of 25. I just love I call him Oli Lefsa, Mike, because of his auto. Tell me that this doesn't say Oli Lefsa instead of Mario Lemieux. I've never understood how you get Mario Lemieux from that. But a beautiful card. I'm a big fan of the acetate RPAs from Premier. Nice 3-color patch, too.
I got a Mac one. Really nice card.
Ooh, nice. Phil loved that. And then a 2023-24 OPG Platinum Igor Shesterkin Retro Golden Treasures 101. Just love the 2023 OPG Platinum Retro designs. Beauty of a card. And, maybe somebody will buy this and donate it to the GoFundMe to get Chesty paid by the Rangers or something like that. Get him to that $11 million a year.
Yeah.
Hey, goalies are getting paid these days.
Well, he's playing. He said, "Show me the money, I'll play well," and he is playing very well. So
yeah, he was a stud last night against the Leafs too. I'll say that.
Crazy. Yeah.
All right, Phil, what's your favorites?
Louis. Yeah, I love this card. So what you're looking at is a 2023 upper deck game day. I can't read that side.
Game dated moments.
Thank you. Game dated moments. It is gold. It's slabbed. I don't care about the slab. Forget the slab. That's not why I want this card. I want this card because it's raw. I'd want it in raw, and it's just Bedard on the left, McDavid on the right, and it's like a drone overhead aerial shot of a face-off with a linesman. It would have been cool if it was a referee, but that's okay. I can let it slide that it's a linesman. And it's just a really sexy horizontal hockey card. I really like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one.
What's that set from though? Like that's not like I've never seen that card before.
Oh, you can go back. So Game Dated Moments it's sold through ePack, and it's basically like Panini Instant or Tops Now.
Oh,
but
okay,
nobody has the recognition of the Game Dated Moments like people do Panini Instant or Tops Now.
Gotcha. Okay, and then some lucky person got a gold.
So randomly inserted into packs would be one a gold, which is out of 100.
Nice.
Next up, we have Anze Kopitar. He's so cool. I love this hockey player. He's a big stud, leader of the team, captain. What you're looking at here is a cup. I apologize. It is a 2021-22 Upper Deck the Cup Anze Kopitar auto. I guess you would call it a gold out of 8.
Yep, it is a gold.
Okay, good. It's got a beautiful auto, and I like when Upper Deck keeps the heavy intensity of color in the player, but kind of fades it out in the middle. So where they sign for the autograph, it's a little more opaque. So you can see the autograph. I mean, it's a gold cup parallel card. You know what it looks like. Yeah, and it's awesome. It's got a super chunky game used patch in it. And yeah, that's it.
Good picks, guys. And if you happen to be a Canadian hockey cards collector like Mike and Phil, then we'd strongly recommend checking out Slab Shark's eBay consignment services. They make it very, very easy to sell your cards on eBay because they do all the work. You just have to drop your cards off with them at one of the many card shows they set up at, or send them in via their online submission system, either on their website or via their app. Then they take it from there, and you're basically on Easy Street at that point. Slab Sharks will take great images of your cards, list them in the very popular and somehow still growing weekly auctions, answer any buyer questions, hunt down payment from winners, ship cards to both Canada or even the US, and then most importantly, handle any post-sale issues, which is great because none of those things are fun. So be sure to head to slabsharks.com today for complete consignment info, including payout rates, and to get the process started. Okay, we're going to move on to Mount Rushmore. I don't know, Mike, if you caught, as a Vancouver Canucks fan, we recently did the Nucks Hobby Mount Rushmore, where, again, it's not just hockey Mount Rushmore. You factor in their individual contributions to and awards for that team, the meaning to the franchise and community, and then, of course, their hobby market. So for the Canucks, we had Daniel and Henrik Sedin.
As one or as
each. Yeah.
Okay.
You think.
And then Pavel Bure and Quinn Hughes. How in your opinion, did we get that right or did we get that wrong?
Missing Linden.
You know what? That's I think that's probably appropriate. I think that's correct. Like the thing with Linden is like he left, right? Like he came back, obviously, but I think Quinn Hughes has put himself up on that mantle, and you're not bumping off the Sedins. I
But
think
they're
you got it
one.
right.
They're
think-
one. Has anyone ever seen them
You
separated?
should have just made them as one, and then you could have.
Well, it would have been easier because I could have put on a Roberto Luongo then too, which I probably would have done at that point because he was the biggest
Captain?
snub.
Captain Roberto Luongo.
There we go.
He was captain for a year.
Yeah, I know the
Remember?
controversy. I was like, can we talk about something else? Who
So
cares?
stupid.
So ridiculous.
Stupid. Ugh.
This week though, we're looking at the Anaheim Ducks.
Hard one.
Yeah, well, still chugging away through the Pacific Division.
Trevor Zegras on here, or
Could be. Could
He
be.
thinks he should be. I guarantee you, he thinks he should be.
Here's where we got to mention again. Phil always thinks these are in order, but they're not.
They're not in order, Mike.
So, yeah. So any questions, Phil, before we get started? Do we need to clarify anything for you, or are you good? Because you look a little nervous.
Mike's
like
the
you gotta
guest.
pee or something like that. I'm not talking to Mike. I'm talking to you.
No, I'm good. I think they should be in order because so basically, Mike, what happens is Josh tells us what he thinks is correct, and then he asks us why we think we're wrong. So
that's the beauty of hosting your own.
yeah, I know.
There we go.
You're the ship in waters you want. Yeah.
All right, here we go with the Gongshow's Anaheim Ducks. Some call them the Mighty Ducks. Howie Morenz Rushmore. The first nominee is Teemu Selanne. Got a problem with that, Phil?
No, it's good.
You okay so far? Okay. He played in parts of 15 seasons with the Ducks in his 21-year overall career. In 966 games played in Anaheim, his 457 goals with the Ducks is most in franchise history. 531 assists is second most. And his 988 points is also second most in franchise history. He was a member of the team for their lone Stanley Cup championship in 2006-07, won the Rocket Richard with the team in 1999 and the Bill Masterton Trophy in 2006. Teemu was a one-time NHL first All-Star team selection, two-time second All-Star team selection with the Ducks, played in 5 All-Star games with the team, of course, inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame in 2017. And when you think of the meaning of Teemu Selanne to the Anaheim Ducks, when he returned to the franchise in 2005, he signed a couple of contracts way below market value that with the idea, kind of like the Crosby type deal, where it would allow the team to go and add players, and that enabled them to sign Chris Pronger, which of course he helped was a key cog in helping them win their Stanley Cup championship.
Good player, I've heard. I've been told that.
Yeah, good player.
He's mean. He's a bully.
Year to date, looking at the hobby market, 5,267 Teemu cards have sold on the secondary markets per card letter sales history. Of those sales, 16 were for more than 500 US. The top selling Selanne card of all time is this 1991 Upper Deck French BGS 10 Black Label, pristine, sold for $3,650 US in January 2021. That was a pandemic splurge gone horribly wrong. Probably at this point.
$6,000?
No, 3,650.
Oh, still that's crazy.
That's absurd. I'm sorry.
Nuts. Yeah.
For a upper deck base, like I mean French. Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully
when they were doing
happy.
weird rookies and their international sweaters, and which isn't bad, but it's just not. It's not an NHL jersey either. So
I might have that base card sitting in a dollar bin right now.
Well, I'm sure. I'm sure. So are we good with Selanne so far on the Ducks Mount Rushmore? Mike and Phil, you guys agree with that?
Quick trivia question for you.
Okay.
What record does Teemu Selanne own that, in my opinion, will never be broken?
Rookie goals record?
39 goals, yeah.
76.
76, Phil.
Sorry, was in 39 games he hit 50, wasn't it?
No, that was Gretzky.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Wayne, yeah.
Okay.
It's the right stat, wrong player.
Yeah, but 76 goals by a rookie. Unbelievable. I don't think that's ever going to be done again. I really
Him
don't.
and McGillney that year was just, I ran to the card store every week trying to get
Unbelievable.
That was crazy time.
That's a good reason why it's a good reminder on how it's so hard to compare players from different eras.
Yeah.
You think of like the last 2 Calder winners, Bedard Palooza and Beniers scored 20-some goals. And in a year, it's like, so the thought of getting 76 goals as a rookie right now seems almost inconceivable at this point.
Right.
If I was Ceylani, I'd call all these guys, be like, "Oh, that's cute. You got 28, eh? See ya." That's Uncle Timu.
Well, it's like by a large margin. Like the next best, I believe, is Bossy with 53. So like no one's even come close to touching that record.
No. Where are you, Bedard? What have you done for me lately?
There you go.
It's too late now.
All right, so we got Timu. Now we're going to move on. The second nominee, obvious one as well, Paul Kariya.
Yes.
Spent the first 9 of his 15 years in the NHL with Anaheim. Played a total of 606 games with the team, which is 6th most in franchise history. His 300 goals with the team ranks him 3rd in franchise history. Kariya's 369 assists ranks him 4th, and his 669 points is 4th most as well. Kariya was named to the All-Rookie team in 1994-95, won the Lady Byng with the Ducks twice, it was an NHL first All-Star team selection 3 times, second All-Star team selection 2 times. He is an icon in the Ducks franchise history and really was the first face of the franchise when the team was formed in the 90s. He became the team's first ever captain in 1996 and held that until 2003. Teamed up with Timu and created a dynamic duo that led to the team to the brink of the Stanley Cup, losing in Game 7 in 2003. Kariya was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame in 2017. His number 9 is the first number ever retired by the Ducks, which happened in 2018. And year to date, 3,670 Paul Kariya cards have sold on the secondary markets per card letter sales history. 3 of those sales were for more than 500 US. Highest selling Paul Kariya card to date is a 97-98 Pinnacle Z Gold out of 100 raw. So for 827 US in December 2023. It's wild that a Paul Kariya card has never sold for $1,000.
Yeah.
That's
crazy, eh? Crazy.
I mean, maybe like a card show or something like that. We're saying like public sales that we have records of. So, thoughts on Kariya, Mike?
I don't want to bring up old times, but I feel like I remember Kariya more so for like the Scott Stevens incident more than I do his on ice play. I don't know, like it. You guys feel that way or no?
Well, just him laying on the ice, unconscious, eyes open, and then he scores the winner that game. And then they asked him about it, and he says he doesn't remember a thing.
Doesn't remember a thing. No,
not a thing.
Yeah, not a big fan of the game these days either.
No, it's too bad. You know when I remember him, Mike? I don't know if you remember with Manny Legacy, our World Juniors in 91, 92, I believe. Might be getting the year wrong, but the early 90s with like Iginla, Kariya, Manny Legacy was in nets. We won the gold that year. That was Paul Kariya was just a phenomenal player on the ice for the World Juniors. So when he went to Anaheim, and everybody knew he was going to be great, but if Stevens never hit him, what was it, 2002, 2003? Who knows?
Yeah, it was around that time. Yeah,
who knows what could have been? He ask anybody back then. He was the best player. They would say Paul Kariya was the best player on the ice in the NHL at that time.
He's a good player. Yeah, he was a good player. And not to date you, but if that was 91, that was before I was born. So I definitely do not have any
oh, sorry, Mike.
I
don't have my glasses on.
You grandpa.
Right, boomer. Right. I'll go get my son. You guys will get along, I guess.
Oh, it's funny. And I'm not far off. It was a 94. So not far off. Yeah.
All right. The third player nominated to the Anaheim Ducks Hockey Rushmore is Ryan Getzlaf. Ryan played the entirety of his 17-year NHL career in Anaheim. His 1,157 games played is the most in franchise history. 282 goals ranks 4th in franchise history, and 737 assists ranks 1st, giving his 1,119 points number 1 in franchise history as well. He's the only player to ever score 1,000 points in a Ducks uniform.
Wow, that's cool.
Getzlaf was named as an NHL second-team All-Star in 2013-14, and that's honestly really like the only individual award or NHL award he has while playing for the Ducks. He was, of course, a member of the Stanley Cup championship team in 2007. Even though he was only 22 at the time, he was a significant contributor on that team.
Who'd they beat that year? Do you remember?
Louis, do you know?
No, I
remember. They beat the Ottawa Senators. What do you mean you don't?
When the Stanley Cup Finals? I thought he said conference finals. I apologize. See, I blocked it out of my memory. Yeah. I thought he said conference. No, what finals? What are you talking about?
What happened?
Men versus boys, man. That was
amnesia. Okay, boomer. amnesia.
Exactly.
Getzlaf served as captain of the Ducks for 12 years from 2010 to 2022. Now, year to date, 1,796 Ryan Getzlaf cards have sold on the secondary markets per card letter sales history, which is one of those sales for more than 500 US. To date, the all-time highest selling Ryan Getzlaf card is the 2005-06 The Cup rookie patch auto at a 199 BGS 8.510 that sold for $1,400 US in August of 2021, which is crazy that a Paul Correa card hasn't sold for $1,000, but a Getzlaf card has. So yeah, I don't know. There you go.
Nice
from the
patch.
famed
Yeah.
first cup set too. So that helps.
Beautiful.
So far, guys, I feel like it's been pretty easy, right? It seems like Timu and Paul Correa and Ryan Getzlaf are fairly obvious choices.
I'm scared about the fourth.
That's going to get spicy. It's going to be
one player on
controversial.
the Ducks that I just, as an Ottawa Senators fan, see, I clearly have trauma. I don't even that finals. They beat my Senators. It was basically NHL against a junior B Canadian team. It was we got walloped so bad, and I really hope the fourth player you pick is not who it is.
I think you're going to be happy, but I think it's also going to be controversial.
Okay.
So I went with John Gibson as the last player nominated to the Anaheim Ducks Hobby Mount Rushmore. Gibson is still playing with the Ducks, although he's out a few more weeks to start the year after undergoing an emergency appendectomy. He's played all 11 of his NHL seasons with the Ducks. Franchise's all-time leader in games played, 477. Second in wins with 193. Has sported a 2.9 goals against, 0.91 save percentage in his time with Anaheim. Won the William M. Jennings Trophy with the Ducks in 2015-16. So year to date, 1,706 Gibson cards have sold on the secondary markets per card letter sales history. None of these sales for more than 500 US. The highest selling John Gibson card to date is a 2013-14 National Treasures RPA Raw that sold for $504 US. You want to pull that up, Louis? In October 2014. Oh, and it's a disappearing eBay photo, so we're showing a 2021-22 MVP base card. That's what we do.
$500.
I was like, so we paid $500 for that?
So, Mike, you bought that card, or
guilty as charged.
So this is going to be a lightning rod one, though, and I totally admit it. And it's going to come down to where you weight each of the three criteria: individual awards and accomplishments, meaning to the team and franchise, and hobby market. The snub, of course, would be John Sebastian Giguere, who has the most wins in franchise history of 206. He helped the team win the Stanley Cup in 2007 so much he was also named the Conn Smythe winner for that season's playoffs. One of 17 times the trophy has ever been awarded to a goalie. So you're saying, well, why the heck isn't he ahead of John Gibson? It's the hobby market, and this is a hobby Mount Rushmore. Year to date, just 965 Giguere cards have sold in the secondary markets per card letter sales history. That's like half of John Gibson.
Big difference.
With, again, no sales of greater than 500 US. So obviously I weighted the hobby chase a lot more heavily in this case, which is why I gave the nod to Gibson. So did I do Giguere dirty, or did I make the right choice?
Did you have to pick a goalie?
No, he feels he does, but he doesn't have to.
So not necessarily. Like, well, who else would you have thrown up in there?
Corey Perry.
I don't want to say the name.
Corey Perry. For sure.
Oh, okay, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't
Corey
mind.
Perry over John Gibson, I think, would have been. I mean, he won Stanley Cup. He won an Art Ross. Rocket. I think he was MVP one year, wasn't he? Didn't he win league MVP in like 2013 or something?
Ooh,
I don't know why.
I know he's a pest.
He is
very talented. Yeah,
he is a pest, and maybe
I thought you guys were gonna say Pronger, and he
well, I think he was only there for what, 1 year, or
it's a memorable year.
Yeah, he wouldn't be a Mount Rushmore guy.
Shoot up my hockey team and spit it out and laughed at us.
Literally, that's how.
Literally,
he
I'm just looking really quick at the Corey Perry hobby market too.
Yeah, it's not as high as you would think it is. Because funny enough, I ended up purchasing a Corey Perry lot off somebody. They were just like getting rid of their collection or something.
Oh.
And I got it for a significantly cheaper price than I thought I would, just based on comps. Like you can get a Corey Perry Future Watch auto for like $50.
Really?
Mhm.
How does that make sense? Like you
Well,
can get some scrub from 23, 24. I guarantee you it's going to come up and it's going to be $50 for like
I
some
think the
scrub.
likability thing comes into play though. Like, I mean, he's got a punchable face, right? Isn't that what they call it?
But like, so the Shane Pinto market, you're familiar with it. What's a Shane Pinto Future Watch auto go for these days?
$80.
You think Shane Pinto should be selling for more than Corey Perry?
No. Well, me, yes,
Yeah.
but in
But, like, in
a
general.
truthful answer, no.
Normal
Yeah.
people know.
Doesn't
Yeah.
make sense. He's
No, it
super
doesn't.
super slept on guy, in
Yeah.
my opinion. Josh was sleeping on him, apparently.
He was doing a lot of sleeping too, apparently, but I don't know.
Well, so Corey Perry, 1,100 cards sold year to date versus 1,800 for Gibson.
Interesting.
I think that was the
That's
Yeah,
such a
the-
big difference. You have to go with
Yeah.
Gibson on that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised. Yeah, must be a big
The
big
people have spoken.
Gibson market, I guess. Yeah.
Who
I wouldn't
likes
have
John
thought it.
Gibson?
people love their tendies. They don't spend a lot on them.
Oh,
but
that's
they,
true.
They do love them.
There's a Troy out there that likes Gibson, right? So they're just
Yeah, there
puttering
you go.
around in their boxes.
There you go. All right. That's it for the Ducks Hobby Mount Rushmore. We had Timu, Paul Correa, Ryan Getzlaff, and John Gibson. I'm sure we'll hear about it in the comments. We'll see if people think that John Gibson should not be there at all, or Corey Perry, or J.S. Jaguar, or somebody else should be there. It's kind of the fun of the exercise, is we get a lot of feedback from a lot of people. So we definitely welcome it. Whether you're commenting on YouTube or messaging us on social media or in Discord, be sure to do that. Okay, we have 4 teams left in the Pacific Division for Hobby Mount Rushmore. We have the Flames, Sharks, Oilers, and Golden Knights. And Mike, you're our guest. So we're going to let you pick the next team that we do for Hobby Mount Rushmore.
Ooh. Let's make it difficult for you guys. Let's go with the fresh Golden Knights.
Can't be more difficult than the Kraken were. But
Yeah,
okay.
that was tough.
True. Very true.
This guy
We're doing
played a game or 12 with the team, so yeah, he's there. Yeah, that's what it felt like it was for the Kraken. Okay, next week we're gonna tackle the Golden Knights. Hobby news.
I'm
Hobby
sorry, I can't do it. I can't do the Greek thing. I can't enunciate properly. I have to keep practicing. So information from the community.
Phil, you're amazingly consistent with how you're letting the hobby down.
I know.
Hobby.
I'm not a half measures guy. I got to do it properly or
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we're ready, Louis.
I could try and hit it. You want me to try and hit one?
Yeah.
Hobby news.
That's
like
like
it.
Josh.
Good one. Good one, Mike.
That was good.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
Love it. Thank you for that. Well, goalies keep getting paid, boys. Another goalie payday. Should we be doing the show in goalie gear? So maybe we get paid, something like that. I don't
Is
know,
that
I'd
why?
take one of
Is
these.
that why Troy's not here? Because he got the
Yeah,
bag.
he got an 8x8.
Yeah.
He's done. He's out. I'm out.
I'm out. Screw you guys.
The newest very wealthy tendy is from me and Louie's hometown, Farmington, Minnesota. Jake Oettinger of the Dallas Stars. The 25-year-old Oettinger just signed an 8-year, $66 million extension with the Stars. That's an average annual value of $8.25 million. I think identical to Jeremy Swayman, if I'm correct there. So, Mike, who you start a franchise, you get to take either Oettinger or Swayman. Who are you taking?
Oettinger.
Really?
Yeah. I like Oettinger a lot. You know, he's a big goal, and he's proven. Like I mean, if you could ask me in a year from now, I could change my mind. But Ottinger's been a starter for like 2-3 years now, I think, in Dallas. Swayman, it's really his first year as like the starter. We'll see now that he doesn't have Allmark behind him.
Yeah.
I go Oettinger today.
What about you, Phil? You more of a Swayman guy or an Oettinger guy?
No, I like Oettinger. Yeah, I like him.
Okay. Well, so does Stars general manager Jim Nill. He had this to say about the extension. Jake has established himself as one of the elite goaltenders in the NHL. His unique blend of poise, size, athleticism, and mental toughness has helped our team reach new heights since he's been taken over in the net. He's an integral part of our core that will allow us to contend for a Stanley Cup this season, but also for many years to come. Oettinger has appeared in 196 games with the Stars. He has a record of 116, 48, and 23. That's pretty good.
Not bad.
2.49 goals against, 0.914 save percentage. His 116 wins is already fourth most in franchise history, behind Marty Turco, Kari Lettinen, and Eddie the Eagle at Belfour. So yeah, they locked him up for 8 years. And Oettinger is a 2020-21 Young Guns PSA 10, top 1,302 with a 52% germ rate, last sold for $89 on October 17th, up 56% in the past 2 weeks and up 35% in the past 3 months.
Wow. People
Nice
are
young
buying
gun.
in.
It's
Yeah.
a nice young gun. Green in the background, and it's very green.
If anyone
I tend to
wants
like
a clear
go
cut,
ahead.
let me know.
Oh,
You
really?
like clear cut, Mike?
I got the Young Guns clear cut PSA 10 of Jake Oettinger. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Ripped
card.
it and
Really?
the day it released. Yeah, ripped it myself.
That's awesome, man. Good for you. Nice.
Is that one of the bigger hits you've ever had?
I would say it's one of the bigger ones, yeah, that I've ripped myself. Yeah, it was probably like a top 5, I'd say, in terms of hit value. Yeah,
Nice.
nice card.
Nice.
Yeah, the nicest one was a Gretzky Bossy dual auto. Pretty sweet card.
Ooh, that
I
would
would
be.
take that.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. So, one of our sponsors, Fanatics Collect, well, their parent company, Fanatics, well, I think it was a Fanatics Collect show. They postponed their Orlando show, which was scheduled for early November, citing 2 recent hurricanes. They plan to reschedule in early 2025. And again, we always mention that they're a sponsor because we want to be transparent about that. So here's a statement they released on their website. After careful consideration, we've made the difficult decision to postpone Fanatics Collect Orlando until early 2025. We are currently finalizing new dates and venue details. We'll share those updates as soon as possible. This decision was not made lightly. With the region rebuilding after back-to-back hurricanes, we believe it is not the time to host the event. I would say a smart call, in my opinion. And I guess note to self, I wouldn't probably schedule card shows in Florida during hurricane season.
Yeah,
Probably
probably
not
going
the
forward.
best idea.
Yeah, keep that in mind.
And again, I'm sure it'll give them some more time to improve the experience for attendees as well. And then we'll move on real quick. Just had to throw this out there. We had somebody message us in Discord that their local card shop, which is the, what is it called? The Awesome Card Shop. Oh, what a great name. It's in Las Vegas, Nevada. A Discord member, Night, had alerted us to this. So through the month of November, or month of October, I'm sorry, the Awesome Card Shop in Las Vegas, Nevada will be donated all proceeds from the sale of a collection of 7 hockey boxes, which is a mix of retail and hobby, to the Susan G. Komen organization that's, of course, dedicated to fighting breast cancer research, advocacy, and support. So, Phil, this also includes $79 boxes of Parker's Champions.
Woohoo!
You can buy your boxes here in the U.S.
Dropping
All
like
the
rock.
proceeds go to fund breast cancer research, which is amazing. And they're an Upper Deck AIR, which is internet or authorized internet retailer, so they can ship anywhere in the U.S. And then there's free shipping on orders greater than 200 U.S. I just wanted to mention it because I think it's a fantastic thing for them to do, and good on them for giving back and supporting important causes. So it's theawesomecardshop.com for all details.
That's awesome.
Very good.
Okay, Mike. Now, when you agreed to come on the show, we always, with our guest hosts, we give them the opportunity to, add your own little sprinkle. And you proposed, I don't know if you call it a game or a bit or whatever you refer to it.
Segment, bit, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, there you go. From your own show, the Hockey Card Haven podcast, which again, everyone, we highly recommend checking out. And it's called One Touch Top Load or Penny Sleeve. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you, and we're going to have some fun.
Cool. Yeah, no, appreciate it. This is a game that we've played a couple of times on our show, and just it's a fun way just to talk about the market, talk about cards and whatnot. So basically, the way it works is, I'm sure growing up, people have played the game Blank, Marry, Kill. It's basically the hockey card version of that, and we're going to call it One Touch, Top Load, or Penny Sleeve. So I'm going to give you 3 options, And then of those options, you have to decide which card you're going to put in a one-touch, which card you're going to put in a top loader, and then which card, unfortunately, has to get put in the dingy little penny sleeve. So I guess let's start things off. And we had the 24-25 Series 1 drop last week, and we're going to take a look at 3. I didn't want to take the big chases because that may have been a little easy. So kind of the secondary market, I would say. So we're looking at Matt Rempe, Jesper Wallstedt, and then Shane Doan is the other player.
Josh Doan.
Josh Doan?
Sorry. Shane Doan's son, Josh Doan. Yes. So one touch, top load, penny sleeve. Who's getting put in those bad boys?
I have a question about the rules.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
Can I have 3 penny sleeves? No, it has to be. It's firm.
It's firm.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, you can
Okay.
do 3 penny sleeves, but you cannot have 3 one touches and top loads. But if you want to put all 3 in a penny sleeve,
Oh, no,
by all means.
I don't want to. I was just thought if the option was there, you never know what the next slide would bring.
Wait, what would you would stop? What do you do with 3 penny sleeves in one card? I'm confused.
Well, no, I need 3 penny sleeves for 3 cards.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
'cause
Louis
I'm
needs
saying
to chime in here.
I don't
'Cause
believe
once
in
again-
anybody here. Like what? Rempe's
Louis-
going to be in a one touch or a top loader? Come on.
What's
What?
going on?
He's selling well.
Hey, that's what I want to know. What's going on? When do we change rules of games?
I don't know. The our government's
You've
doing all
made
the
Louis
time.
angry, Phil. Look at him. He's
It's okay. Go
perplexed.
take your
He's
NyQuil and go take a little nap. Okay, here, come on. Let's get this game going.
all right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go first. So we have Rempe, Jesper Wallstedt, Josh Doan. I'm gonna go Homer. I'm gonna put Jesper Wallstedt and got to keep him safe in a one touch because God knows he'll never play in a game. So got to do that. And then I'm gonna put Josh Doan in a top loader and Matt Rempe in a penny sleeve because I just don't.
Not a believer.
I think Rempe is just kind of a novelty. He's a good kid. We got to see him at the rookie showcase last month and was very impressed by him.
Mhm.
And but yeah, I got to go penny sleeve for Rempe.
Really?
Phil?
That's crazy.
are you
So
gonna
top loader all the way for Rempe. Love the guy. He's great. And Doan can go in a penny sleeve because what have you done for me lately? Don't ride your dad's coattails. And yeah, goalie can go in the top loader.
So you did, but Phil,
Yeah, what?
the game is one touch top
One
loader for
touch.
penny sleeve.
Yeah. Okay, so one touch, Matt Rempe, top loader.
Oh, okay, you put Rempe in a top loader.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, one touch. I apologize.
Okay.
My fault.
All right. Well, hey Louis, we're gonna leave you on because you get to play too. So
Oh, goody.
what are you doing?
I am one touching Josh Doan.
That
Top
sounded
loading.
bad.
Neocitrin kicking in.
whoa.
That was another Baba Louie Hobby hot take.
Perfect draw.
I am going to put Josh Doan in an Ultra Pro one touch. I am going to put Jesper Wallstedt in an Ultra Pro top loader. And Rempe, I guess we'll give him a penny sleeve.
Wow. So you put Rempe in the penny sleeve just like I did. And don't you think that we're not going to clip your Josh Doan first comment and play that forever on the show? So just
Love it.
let that sink in. And Mike, even though you're the host of this game, you get to pick two.
Okay. So for the purposes of, let's say I'm going to a show today and I had to put them out on the table. Matt Rempe is going in the one touch because
Yes.
as of today, I think he is the highest seller and the one that is most wanted by the market. Then Wallstedt in the top loader, and I think I'm penny sleeve and Josh Doan.
So I win. Yeah, I won.
Yeah, sure. We all
Yeah,
win.
I picked
We
the
all,
three.
we all win, Phil.
Oh,
We all-
please. That's what the problem with the world right now. Everybody's a winner. You're all
I
great.
know.
Yeah, no, you're not. Okay, let's go.
I'm looking long term. Rempe's going to be hot now. Everybody wants him. He's a tall, big guy fighter. Everybody knows his name, but
Yeah. I agree. Long term, for sure. If I'm thinking long term, putting in my collection, I'd go opposite. I put Rempe in the penny sleeve, then Wallstedt in the one touch and Doan in the top loader.
You succumb to peer pressure, Mike.
No.
No.
I said it just depends on how, like today, Remp is the one I want. Selling, I want it seeing there. Down the road, I know that this thing's going to tank. Guy might be in the American League in a year and a half.
Probably.
Got the next one, Louis?
Yes.
All right. Next up, we're taking a look at a few up-and-coming star young guns. First, we're looking at Alexis Lafreniere of the New York Rangers. We're looking at Cole Caulfield of the Montreal Canadiens. And then Phil's boy, Timmy Crybaby, Timmy Stützle.
Timmy Tantrums.
Timmy Tantrums, that's it. One-touch, top loader, penny sleeve. Who's going in what, boys?
All right. So I'm going to go Caulfield, one touch. Timmy Tantrums in a top loader. I'm still not sold. I'm happy for all the Laffy fans, but I'm still not sold that he's turned the corner into... I'm convinced that he's now a legitimate NHL player, but is he an all-star? I don't know. So that's where I'm going.
I'll go because Louis slow. So Tim Stützle, one touch, Caulfield top loader, and Lafreniere penny sleeve. And I really like Laffy. I think he's going to be above average of a hockey player, but I think Caulfield's he's really, really good. So
You think Stützle is better than Caulfield?
yes, but if he can't mature in his emotions, then no. And this year it's a great start so far. He's throwing the body, he's getting, he's playing meaner. I just don't think he's gonna be able to get away with what he has been with Coach Green, but we'll see. So far, so good.
Okay, well, Laffy for me goes in the penny sleeve. Caulfield gets the one touch, and Stützle gets the top loader.
What's all the hate? It's the hate.
It's the
What do
truth.
you mean the hate?
What do you mean? What? So you both think Caulfield's better than Stützle? Duly noted.
Yes.
Yeah, noted.
I'm probably going to take some flack on this one from my brethren from the north, but Stützle's going in a penny sleeve for me. Top loading Laffy, and Cole Caulfield is going to go in the one touch. He's got 6 tucks so far this year. He's crushing it, man. Cole Caulfield's coming around. He's coming around. Goal Caulfield. Better than Timmy Tantrums, for sure.
We just don't see the world through Senators colored glasses like you do, Phil.
That's fine. You will soon.
Okay.
I hope.
All right, next one. We're taking a look at some hobby goats, fellas. Hobby goats.
Yeah.
A Crosby Young Gun, an Ovi Young Gun, and a Connor McDavid Young Gun. Which one's
unfair?
One touch, top load? The fact that one of these had to go in a penny sleeve is disgusting.
Right.
Yeah.
I do apologize for everyone listening, but it's how we play the game. We got to play the game.
I'll go first just to get it out of the way because I'm slow. Sid, the kid, is going in the one touch. Ovi's going in the top loader, and McDavid's going in the penny sleeve.
Ooh.
Wow.
I'm a hard ditto on that. Hard ditto.
So you're the same, Phil?
Yeah, exact same. I'm a big fan of Crosby this year. I respect him so much. And if this was last year, I'd put Ovi first, but Crosby's just the bomb, man. He's awesome. And McDavid's got to win a cup, bruh. Sorry.
Yeah, very true.
I don't know what's the common denominator on the screen, right? You can't put either of those boys in a penny sleeve.
I'm gonna go a little bit different. I'm gonna go Ovi, one touch, Sid top loader, McDavid, penny sleeve. But to me, Crosby and Ovi are a little bit interchangeable. So
yeah, it'd be un-Canadian not to have Crosby in my one touch. So for that reason, I've got to throw Crosby in the one touch.
Would he be deported?
Probably. Honestly, that's blasphemy up in these parts.
Good old boy from Cole Harbor. What's the matter with you?
Top load and OV, and Connor McDavid might be the most skilled player I've ever seen ever, but there's so many of them. Lots of them out there, and he's not there yet, right?
Yeah.
Not at Crosby and OV quite yet. Could he get there? Possibly, but not quite yet. That cup's got to come.
I have a follow-up question for y'all. Very quick. Better Young Guns design, 05 or 2015?
05.
2015.
I like 05 because it says rookies on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's tough, but I'm going to side with Louis 2015. So, okay, thanks.
That wasn't me. That
Louis
was Phil.
said 05. I said 2015.
Oh, I'm going to side with Phil. I'm always on Team Phil.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Are
2015.
you guys friends now?
We're always
No?
friends. Love Phil. No, we hate each other.
All right, one more, fellas. And we're looking at dark horse breakthrough players this season. So we're looking at Jake Neighbors, Shane Pinto, and Zach Benson. Where are we going, boys?
You
Well, I'll
wanna
go
Phil?
first. Yeah.
Who was the second guy again? I didn't hear you.
I'll one-touch Shane Pinto. I will put the Shane Pinto hockey card in a one-touch holder.
All 400 of them?
Yeah, that's a lot of money on one touches, dude.
And Jake Neighbors in top loader, and I'll put. It was Benson, you said?
Zach
Yeah.
Benson.
Yeah, and a penny sleeve.
What about you, Baba Louie?
I think this was the hardest one out of all of them, believe it or not. I think Pinto and Neighbors could go either way. So I'll just, for the sake of keeping a friend, put Pinto in the one touch,
Smart
Neighbors
man.
in a top loader, and Benson hasn't done anything this year, so he's in the penny sleeve.
Yeah, I'll do that. Well, I'm going to go Neighbors, one touch,
Here's
in the
the-
top load Pinto, and put Zach Benson in the penny sleeve.
Mhm.
What
I
do
think
you
I
mean?
did. I think I'm the same. Neighbors I think Neighbors is a great player. Honestly, he's gonna score 30 goals this year. He's
awesome,
a
man.
really
I'm a
good
big fan
player.
of Neighbors. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Jake Neighbors as like a breakout possible candidate this year. So I do like Neighbors. Probably slide Pinto into a top loader, and yeah, we'll see if Benson can figure it out in Buffalo. But they have not gotten off to a good start. But he's gonna go in the penny sleeve.
That franchise is a mess.
Yeah, it's so
yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Sadly they are.
They're my
I'd be very
division. I'm happy.
frustrated if I was a fan. Yeah, that was a fun game. We're gonna have you on a lot because I'm gonna want to play this, and I'm not gonna steal it. So we'll just have
Yep.
Mike come on and play one touch, top load, and penny sleeve. So, good idea. Thank you for offering that to the show. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, glad you guys had fun. Hopefully the listeners enjoyed the banter.
Okay, we're gonna close out really our series looking at 2024-25 Series 1, which we've been covering for a couple weeks now. The other day, Baba Louie and I had a conversation with the artist who designed the Young Guns renewed cards, a guy named Luke the Cardist. And of course, today, or I should mention, today's conversation is brought to you by our friends and partners at Mint Inc. If you're in Canada and still looking for that Series 1 chase or any other hobby boxes, be sure to check out mintinc.ca. They can ship out any new hockey release to anywhere in Canada. You can also check out their available break spots again at mintinc.ca. Okay, well, Luke the Cardist is an artist that Upper Deck hired or commissioned to create the designs for the Young Guns renewed inserts that have debuted in Series 1 this week. They have been very warmly received by the hobby. I talked to a guy the other day who we messaged with on Instagram. So he opened up 10 cases of Series 1 on release day. And he's one of these guys who opens the cases and immediately puts all the cards up for sale. And because that first day, you get premium prices. And he said within 24 hours, he had sold every one of the 325 Young Guns renewed cards that came in his cases. That's how hot these were out of the gate on the secondary markets. So Luke the Cardist, who designed them, is a fantastic guy. And I think you guys will see that right away. And we hope you enjoy our conversation with Luke now. Well, we're very excited and honored to welcome for the first time Luke the Cardist to the Hockey Cards Gongshow podcast. Hey, Luke, how's it going?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Great.
I don't think you'll remember this, but when I was going through your Instagram today, I actually met you before.
Whoa. Okay. Where were we? What was it? A show?
It was at a show. We were actually at a show, both on a show.
Was it at the National?
It was at the National.
Was it with Derek and DCI?
It was the David Adams, The Chase.
Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. That probably should have been my first guess, but yeah, okay, cool.
I think you were coming off and I was about to go on and talk. And then I think I met you and your lovely wife and your daughter, I believe, were right there on the booth. And so, yeah. And I didn't make that connection again until today.
That's so cool.
Oh, I've met this guy. we're having you on the show today, of course, because you are the artist that created all of the designs for the Young Guns renewed inserts, which there's 50 in 2024-25 Series 1 that came out. Well, we're talking on Thursday night, and so it came out yesterday, of course, on Wednesday. And I guess, Luke, I'd love to start the conversation maybe just by you giving us a little bit about your background and how you got into card art to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm born and raised, for the most part, in Houston, Texas. So growing up in terms of hockey, I grew up going to the Houston Aeros IHL games. So my dad had his company had tickets, and we were one side of the goals where the Zamboni came out, and the other side there were seats, and we had the three right behind the goalie. So like it was the best memories of my childhood were going to those games. So I've always been someone who just a diehard sports fan, guys. Like from hockey to football, baseball. I mean, really anything that's competitive that we can get a little competition going and sport wise. So I've always been about that. Grew up collecting cards, and from a early age, from probably as far back as I can remember, I was always, especially at a younger age, I was never like the value never appealed to me whatsoever in these cards, especially growing up in the 90s, like when the inserts were as cool as they get. I was always so drawn to how these cards looked. So I think that was maybe subconsciously ingrained in me from an early age. But so as I grew up and I got older, I'm always been a big art guy too. I drew. I mentioned in the interview I did yesterday that I mean, I can remember sketchbooks full of like Barry Bonds drawings that I did, and Hakeem Olajuwon, and all these different guys that I loved and looked up to. So I've always kind of straddled that fence in terms of I love sports and I love art. So as I got older, naturally the sports thing never went away, and the art kind of had its ebbs and flows. I worked for Trader Joe's for a little bit doing their art in their stores. I did a lot of freelance work for different businesses and chalkboard art. So a bunch of different stuff, but you can only draw cookies and cereal so much at Trader Joe's before it starts to get a little boring. So I never had anything that I was super passionate about. And I always stayed into, I say the memorabilia collecting aspect, the kind of side of the hobby. But I say like 4 or 5 years ago, cards kind of, I couldn't even tell you how they started getting back into my atmosphere, but they did, and started collecting again. And at the same time, I'm still doing my art, but nothing that was really, catching my, I was never really drawn to doing anything. So fast forward that I actually bought a card off eBay, thinking it was printed because I thought it was and I was still kind of naive getting back into it. And so I didn't really know what I was looking at. And I'm actually looking at the card right here. It's still on my desk. It's one of the few things I have up here, but I got it in the mail and I looked at it and I'm like, it kind of had that moment of this is still really cool, but it's not necessarily what I thought it was. And someone had kind of doodled on it. And I'm like, that's a really cool idea. And not to mention, like, as you guys can attest as collectors, cards everywhere. So I knew that there was no lack of cards to work on. And I took a football card. It was a 90. I mean, if you could have gotten 99 cents for it, you would have been lucky. It was a trash card, and I painted on it and I put it on eBay, and it sold for like $300. And that was the first one I ever did. And immediately the wheels start turning, and I'm like, this is there are people out here that like this stuff other than myself. So really from that point on, like I hit the ground running. At that point, I was doing project management for an energy company and was just miserable because I was away from my girls, away from the house. And I found myself, getting up super early, working, going whatever job we had that day. And I'd be going back to like a Super 8 motel in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And I was in this little tiny desk in the room, and I'd be painting on cards. And as time went on and I produced more, I started kind of getting orders and people that kind of started following me and liking my stuff. And it wasn't within a year that I had the conversation with my wife. I'm like, hey, I think it's about time. I think it's the time that I come home and really give this thing a go. And I haven't looked back since. So it's been a pretty cool adventure for sure.
So how long ago was it that you were able to do this full time?
I think it was August 2021, and I think the first card I did was in March of 2021. So like it wasn't, but a 6-month gap between when it started and when it like a whirlwind. It was crazy how quickly, and I think it was a perfect time because I know you had brought up the Topps Project 70 and the 2020 and art collecting and sports collecting have always kind of run parallel in certain aspects. And once that stuff came out, and now as we continue to evolve, now more than ever, it's coming together. So it's just kind of crazy to see where it's gone. And I just think that if you would have told me that this is what I'd be doing 5 years ago, I'd say you were absolutely crazy. Like I would have no guess that that's where we'd end up. But it's crazy how things work out. But it was a short period of time, and I want to say like August 2021, fall of 2021 is probably the best estimate of when I kind of put the traveling aside and stayed home. But the perks, I'm able to drop my daughter off at the bus and in the morning and go to soccer practice, all those fun things that I was able to miss out on, or I had to miss out on before.
It's an amazing thing in life when you find your purpose and your calling and what you were meant to do, right? Mm-hmm. It really, when what you're kind of fit for. And so I'm happy that happened for you. How, I'm sure like in like a classical art sense, this is a rude question, but you're not supposed to classify art, but how would you classify or describe your style?
That's a great question. So I remember growing up, I had books that I loved to look at and obsessed over and the art in them. And one of them was called The Art of Modern Rock. And it was this big hardcover book that had all of these old school concert vinyl screen prints in them, from like Fish to Grateful Dead to Offspring. I mean, to everybody, right? And those, I think first and foremost, the color and the vivid, bright colors and all of those is the first thing that drew me to that art style in particular. But I don't know. It's tough to like put words to kind of articulate my style, but definitely kind of a pop art feel. Lots of colors, lots of whimsical kind of shapes and things going on in there. But what I like is that I don't try to put myself in a box in terms of creativity and like, this is my style, I need to stick to this. And I always said, as long as if cards aren't even on my radar in the next 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it may be, I'm 100% okay with that, as long as I progress to that next point naturally and I don't my artistic integrity doesn't come into question at all during that, and then I get to where I'm going because I like what I'm doing. So I'm always open to new styles, kind of, but I like funky. I like different. I like something that most of the times it shows when I am set up. And I know Billy had brought it up on the show with you guys that a lot of the times people will walk by, they won't really pay any attention, and they'll kind of see some color out of their peripheral, and you'll see them kind of stop and then look and then kind of come on back. And because it's different than anything at most shows that you're used to seeing with, typical PSA slabs, raw cards, and the stuff that 99.9% of the collectors are used to seeing.
And everything you do, are you strictly painting on cards? Or are you doing any sort of mixed media type of stuff where you're adding different elements? Like how would you describe what you're actually, your process there?
Yeah, so I'd say up until Upper Deck was a little different in terms of this project itself, and all of the designs and art being digitally designed and then printed on the cards. Up until that point, I've done a few or a handful of digital designs and different things for different projects or different commissions, things like that come up. But I would like to say my bread and butter, or what I've kind of done from the beginning until still current day, I got a bunch of orders over here that I need to fulfill, are I take existing cards and then I'm painting on. The easiest way to look at it is I'm using a card as a canvas. So I'm literally embellishing and painting on top of existing cards to make something that in the initial concept was, like I said, that first card is almost everyone would look at that as trash, like not even worth having unless you're that particular collector. And still, it's a base card. But taking something like that other people would look at as valueless and turning it into something special that someone could have as the centerpiece of their collection.
Well, I think that's what people like you have really identified as an opportunity, right? Are to take things that are largely discarded that at one point have no value and then repurpose them in a way that creates a lot of value for that and take something that people, that all of a sudden has, is more interesting to people, is more unique, because I think that's sort of at the heart of collecting, right? Is everyone wants to feel like they have something that somebody else might not, right?
That's I said everybody wants something that nobody else has. That's the name of the game in the hobby. So that's you're absolutely on point with that.
So when Billy came up to you and approached you about, I know you guys have been talking, he mentioned last night for a while, and you've been talking about wrestling and you've done a number of wrestling cards on your own. But when he approached you about this idea to do Young Guns Renewed, at that point, and I know you said you were attended Houston Aeros games as a kid, but like how in tune to hockey were you? Did you really understand at that point, sort of the brand equity of a Young Guns, or did you have to do a little bit of study to get up to speed there?
A little bit of both. That's a great question. A little bit of both. I was lucky enough. It's actually a really cool story if we have the time for it. Just a few minutes. So I picked up a card, an Austin Matthews card off of eBay. I'd say it was like 2.5, 3 years ago now. And it was a 99-cent card, and it was 99-cent shipping, about as cheap as you can get on eBay. And I get the card in the mail, and in the envelope, there was a little piece of paper that was a little typed up piece that said, essentially along the lines of, thank you for your purchase. Every cent or every dollar goes to a scholarship fund set up in my daughter's memory. And so she didn't go into detail, but immediately I'm like, okay, well, I need to do this card, sell it, and give her every penny that I get. That's what is the right thing to do. But before I did that, I reached out and I explained to the person, didn't know if it was a male or female or anything like that. And I said, hey, this is what I want to do. And I don't know if I inquired any more information, but long story short, I found out. So they're from the DC area. And Michelle is the mom's name, and her daughter Sydney, at 18 years old, had taken her life a few years prior. And she was in the theater production program at her school, and they set up a scholarship fund in her memory. And she said, hey, well, if you do this, she loved TJ Oshie. So if you could do a TJ Oshie card, that could be even more special. So
nice.
Not only did I say yes, but I started thinking, and my wife's good friend went to some random physical therapy training class in Dallas and met a guy that used to work for the Capitals. And long, crazy story. But so I reached out and she gave me his email. He didn't work for the team anymore, but through the email, I saw the formula of first initial, last whatever. Yep. And so I went on their site and probably cold emailed 25 different people from the top to the bottom, explaining who I am, what I want to do. And the next morning, I got an email back from the Caps saying, like, we'd love to do this. And it actually lined up in terms of timing with, they do a Hockey Talks every year. And that particular year, they were doing it on suicide prevention. So it worked out perfect. And I ended up doing a Carlson, Backstrom, and Ovechkin, and one more. I'm killing myself that I can't remember the other one. But I did them, sent them to the Caps. They all got them signed by the players. We got them back, and I did an auction, and we ended up raising like $2,500, and I put it all back in the scholarship fund. But that was my first kind of soiree into professional. And then, Billy and I had a lot of we love wrestling. My daughter, we're huge wrestling people. So we hit it off on that, and we were talking, and he loved my art. And, we left that day, and I actually looked at my pictures. That was 1 year and 7 months ago that we had our first conversation. So 1 year and 7 months later, we have the first product come out. So it was a long time in the making, a lot of back and forth. But I think when the first thought of like, hey, I we don't have anything in wrestling right now, but would you want to do some hockey? Regardless of knowledge of players or what's current, what's not. I grew up in the 90s, in the junk wax era, and the early to late 90s, and Upper Deck. I mean, as a kid growing up looking at Beckett magazines, and like Upper Deck is cream of the crop. So there was no hesitation whatsoever.
Yeah.
It allowed me as an artist to have my work with such a huge company and a reputable company. And again, that 9-year-old kid looking at Beckett magazines, if you say, hey, your art is going to be on these hockey cards, however many years down the road, my mind would have been blown. So the opportunity presented itself. I definitely did a little. I mean, the names themselves is crazy to even wrap your head around. But I had to, each card, as you guys have seen, are different. So a lot of kind of looking into who each player was, how long they've been with the team, or whether they're still there, or kind of what their whole role was in each team and in each line. So it took a little bit of digging, but I think the easiest way to answer it is there was no doubt in my mind whether or not I was going to take the offer that was thrown my way through by Upper Deck. So it was too.
When opportunity comes knocking, you got to open that door real fast, right? Absolutely. And I'm actually gonna I want to get to the point where, and we're kind of looking at your Instagram, and I would very much encourage anyone to look up Luke the Cardist on Instagram, and you can see all just the wide spectrum from every genre of sport, and like you said, wrestling. And one of the posts you did a while back, where we had the big Bedard craze is, and it's kind of started owning right now, is you really gave people insight, I think, into your process and how you will use paint markers on cards, and it seems like they use like a white almost as a base layer to kind of enable you to draw on it and kind of restructure the card. And I thought that was kind of interesting how you like when you're painting a room, right? You use a base coat of paint. You seem to do something very similar.
Yes, absolutely. That's an old Trader Joe's trick. I didn't take too much, but I did. There are a lot of things that art-wise, and like I said, I had kind of brought up the how much color means to me. And if anyone's out there that would love to, try to paint on some cards themselves, take a card and paint on it with strictly just a colored paint first, and then take the same card or another card and do white and then the paint. And the difference of the saturation of the color is night and day. So not only does it kind of allow me to map out what I'm going to do, but it helps bring those colors to life. I mean, in ways that I can't even really articulate it. It looks pretty rough when there's nothing underneath there. So I don't do these enough as I should. The videos that kind of show the behind the scenes and how it's made. And I think that, there's a lot of people at these shows and different things that I do that come up and they don't really know what they're looking at. They appreciate it. They like what they're looking at, but they don't know the time that went in. And there's a lot of, especially for being on a lot of these, a 2.5 by 3.5 inch piece of cardstock, you'd think it wouldn't take long, but there's a lot of time from the design to the completion of the card.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, on this Bedard, this one's a little bit bigger. I think it's a jumbo.
That was a jumbo, yeah.
Yeah, but how long does something like this take you?
That was probably we're looking probably close to the 10-hour mark on that one for a big one like that. And when I first started, I'd probably say 10 for a regular card, just because there's so many different tips and tricks and do's and don'ts that I've learned over the years, and there's no other way to learn them other than by trial by error.
Yeah. So that makes me want to jump on what you just said. You said you look at a card and you want to map out kind of what you're doing. What makes you? How do you get the idea of what you want to do with this card?
So a lot of it, I tell everyone. So I have a lot of order. I mean, to kind of go off that, I have a lot of people that a lot of orders that come in on a daily basis, and people say, hey, I want this athlete, whether they want a specific card done or not. They just say who they want. And I'd say, that in terms of picking cards, there's a lot of things that I look at in terms of picking the right card to work on, whether it's centering of the athlete, the size of them, how much dead space I have to work with. Are their limbs cut off by any designs of the card? There's a lot of things, whether it's a chrome product or a cardstock product, because the paint takes differently to both. But so once I have the card figured out, based, and you can see on all these, based on who they are, whether it's a character in wrestling or a player that plays for a certain city in professional sports, I kind of look at I take time and let the card kind of, it was lame as it may sound, kind of talk to me and what I want to do with that space and kind of where I see this thing going. And when I first started, it was crazy, because now as I'm talking to you guys on my iPad, when I started, I had a sketchpad sketchpad. I would, roundabout draw the card and draw the figure. And this is all in pencil on sketchpad, and I would design what I wanted to do. And then I would try to do it on the card. And as time went on, I figured how truly important it is to know what I'm going to be doing before I start doing something like this. Because what it does is, if I go in without any idea, and sometimes it's a fun exercise for me to just start with a card and go, and it's fun. It's kind of stress relieving, so to speak. But the big thing is when I take a picture of the card, I import it, and now I design everything digitally first. And what that does is it takes the thinking out of it for me when it comes time to actually paint, when it comes time to actually draw on the card. Because it's not, okay, I did this, what do I want to do next? It's more about, okay, I already know what I'm going to do. It's all about executing the plan I already have in place. And so that's helped, something like that, not necessarily planned out. And so it's cool. There's a bunch of different things that, ways I can go about doing it. But for the most part, that's a big part of it for me, is planning it out. And so it's more about execution versus what do I want to do next?
Well, whatever you're doing is working, because everything I've seen fits perfectly to the card. It's very nice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you're listening, we're looking at like a Shohei Ohtani example, and I've seen a number of these where you do like almost like a Jackson Pollock sort of background, like a splatter paint kind of vibe, and it works really well on the card. What's the most expensive card somebody's ever given you to do custom art on? And I'm wondering if that really increased the
yeah, and it actually kind of goes into a really interesting story. So I was set up with Beckett at the Dallas Card Show a few years back. And I don't know, have you guys ever been to the Dallas Card Show?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Not a big hockey haven down there.
It's not, unfortunately. No, I can attest to that. It's not. But so the way it works out is it's in a big hotel, and there's a main room, and then off of the main room there's hallways that lead into the main room, and there's side rooms. And so Beckett was set up in a side room, and I was set up with them, and it was great. The only downside was the traffic. I only found that there were people coming into sub cards or check on their submissions, so on and so forth. And so I didn't see as many people as I would have liked to, but this gentleman came up with backpack, and he's looking at my art, and he's like, "Oh, this is so cool. I love this." And maybe about 5-10 minutes into our conversation, he opens his backpack and he goes, "Well, would you want to paint on one of these?" And he had 4, 5, 6, some sort of crazy amount of LeBron James Topps Chrome rookie PSA 10s. And I said, I mean, sure. If if you're paying me to do it and it's not my card, let's rock and roll with that. So ironically enough, he lives like 20 minutes down the road from me. So we were able to connect, go over to this place, but we filmed it. We cracked this. It's actually further down a couple years back on the Instagram, but we cracked it and ended up getting like 1.5 million views on part one and it was more, it's funny because looking back, like it was more about people hating because we were cracking it. And it was just part one. It wasn't even like, hey, look at the finished product, but we ended up doing it, got it slabbed and authenticated as my authentic work through Beckett again. So we were able to slab it and authenticate it. But yeah, so we did a LeBron James PSA 10 Topps Chrome rookie. So I think at that point it was valued at like, I want to say 6,000 or 7,000. But it was nuts. And it's funny, so many comments and all this stuff coming in. I'm like, look, if it were my card,
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I could buy, but if someone's going to pay me to do this and I can have this on my resume, absolutely. So, and here we are talking about it however many years later. So it was that was by far was the most expensive card I've worked on.
Were you nervous then when you were doing it? No,
I was. And I don't think I've ever said that on any other piece. And I think because there's that safety net of on the other ones, even if it's $100 card, if worst case scenario, something happens, I'm able to repurchase it and we can go again.
Yeah.
Something like that was, I just knew there was very little room for error. So it was a little stressful, but got it done.
I highly doubt there'd be any issue though. The guy's coming to you and has seen what you've done. I'll give you if I had a $6,000 card here, do something awesome with this.
There you go. And he had plenty of them.
I wouldn't want you.
Exactly. And moving forward, he let me take it to shows. And I think when I met Billy, I had it with me at the Mint in Vegas.
Oh.
And the amount of people that swung by that were like, "Oh, that's the LeBron." They knew the second they saw it exactly what it was, and it kind of gained that reputation of being the notorious LeBron that we cracked and painted on. So, and there were so many people like, "Why not a PSA 7, PSA, a raw or something damaged?" And like, you know what? I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, because most of the time when I go on eBay, I'm not typing in Kobe Bryant Silver Prism PSA 10. I'm typing in Kobe Bryant PSA 10 or Silver Prism read or damage or something that most collectors aren't looking to buy because there's a small crease or it's off-centered. But those are perfect for me because it's the same card. Yeah.
Totally gotcha. Okay, let's transition now to, we have a bunch of, as we're talking about the Young Guns Renewed that just came out yesterday, as I mentioned, in 2024-25 Upper Deck Series 1. I just want to start with, maybe jumping a little bit ahead in the timeline and get an idea from you of what was yesterday like.
Yesterday was amazing, more amazing than I thought it was going to be. I think, and you know how releases are, the dates are so tentative that it's so hard to be like this many days and it's going to release. It was always kind of like, it's going to be around this date. But once the 16th date was locked in, the last couple of weeks have been a little, just been excited, kind of ready for them to release. But like I had mentioned in the past, the other projects I had done, they were all one of ones. So like last night I was on my live and I ripped a box with my daughter, and it was amazing because I knew, barring some crazy, dud box, I was going to pull some of my art. And sure enough, we pulled all three, and it was a really cool experience. And that wasn't the case with my prior releases. We could get excited about it, but I'd have a box and it's like, man, this would be cool if we did, but the odds of it happening was slim to none. Small. And it didn't happen. So yesterday, I think, and I told everyone that reached out, there's no way I could have done any of this without them and people that followed me and supported my art and sent kind words and all the appreciation they showed me. And there's no way that I could be here if it wasn't for them. So, I was just as thankful to everyone that was coming by and saying, great job, and this is great. And I think just the overall reception, everything I saw, as much as I don't, as an artist, you don't, and I learned last time, you don't necessarily want to dive too deep, because no matter how deep you dive, there's always going to be haters somewhere saying something that you don't want to hear, you don't want to read. But overall, yesterday, it seemed to me, everything I was reading and hearing, it seemed to be overall pretty positive. And the one downside, and you guys touched on it, was the rarity of them and how many were in a box. And I'm like, if that's the worst thing we're talking about, then I think it was a pretty good success. But it was great. It was a special day for my daughter and my wife and I, and we're going to DC tomorrow for a little vacation, getting away, and actually Annapolis, not DC, but we're going to go out there and hang out and just enjoy the weekend. But it's like I said, long time coming, a year and 7 months from
Sure.
conception till release.
So, Josh, can you go back to the other card for a second? For Drew Doughty. Okay, gotta ask.
Yes.
The only part of the card that stayed the same is that dude behind the glass. What's up with that?
Not intentional. Not intentional. But whoever that guy is, he should be.
He's pretty happy. He's pretty happy now.
So that's stupid. I didn't even notice that. That's funny.
I want to kind of go back a little bit just to yesterday, and like you said, where listen, anytime you put yourself out there creatively, you got to have thick skin, right? Because there's going to be people that love it, and there's going to be people that maybe don't. And the way our brains work is we intensify greatly the negative, and we seem to disregard the positive. But and I think in your case, you're 100% right. Like, I think the response to these Young Guns renewed cars have been overwhelmingly positive, and so that's got to be an amazing feeling. But was there a part of you yesterday that was nervous as to how, because it is at a larger scale, like you said, this time it is a little bit more common, and we know that, I mean, let's be honest, that sports card collectors can be fickle and persnickety at times,
Yes.
if that's a good way to put it.
Yes. Yeah, there were definitely some nerves. I mean, just with any release, and I think as any artist, the amount of time and effort and, without sounding cheesy, blood, sweat, and tears you put into your work, you fall in love with it, and you want everyone else to. And that's just with life, and it's like you have expectations of how people should, if everyone could think like me and act like me and be like, it'd be a great place.
Sure.
But the reality is there's a bunch of people with a bunch of different personalities and perceptions. And I think I would, you just want everyone to like it. And I think I woke up feeling good today. So that's all I can really, I think I'd be going to bed a little more, a little more upset last night, not feeling as good this morning if it would have gone a different way. But, I think that's just the time and energy that went into it, because so much time and so much energy went into it. You just want it to be a success. So I couldn't be happier. And it's just cool. I'm still, I'm living a dream right now. It's pretty neat.
I used to have a business mentor who told me that, wins can be hard to find. And when you get a win in your career, you got to take time to stop and smell the roses. So I've always, and it sounds like you're doing that and soaking it in, and you should, because like you said, this took a long time. And so, and I know like Upper Deck is a little bit different than working like with Tops or Fanatics, and they work way in advance. So that had to enter like when did you finish these designs? I'm guessing it was about a year ago.
That's a great question. I would say probably and it's funny because I finished series 1, and the stress and the deadlines and getting everything done, it was so much work. And when I finished them, I would say series 1 maybe was 9 months to a year ago.
Okay.
Series 2 was a little less, but what was nuts is when we were done, and I was like, I can kind of kick back for a few days and relax and enjoy not having to be on my iPad for like 18 hours a day. But the series 2 call came really quick.
Yeah.
So it was like,
we don't have.
Call. Yeah, absolutely. So it was not too much time to sit around and wait. But yeah, it's just grateful for the opportunity. I mean, it's like I said, you keep scrolling, I keep looking, I'm like, this is just nuts. This is nuts that I'm here talking to you guys, talking about this, and
you deserve it, man. These are awesome. I love them. I didn't realize how cool they were.
I appreciate it.
Until I saw one in hand. Sorry, go ahead.
Say it again. Oh, no, you're good. I was rambling, so please, until you saw one in hand.
Yeah, when I stopped over at Josh's earlier today to grab some stuff, and we looked at the couple that we broke in the box last night, and I was like, oh, just seeing them on the screen doesn't do it justice. It's super, super cool.
I appreciate that. It was neat. We pulled a Lundqvist, Patrick Kane, and a Ryan Malone last night. So
Oh, that's not bad.
And it's neat because it's been a while since, as I could access them really quick on my iPad. They're there, but I once we were done, it was done. Kind of just set them aside and I haven't really looked at them or revisited them. And so to see them again is cool because it's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Okay, that's cool. And to see that it is different on the card. It's and because when I designed these too, I know Billy brought it up. There's stuff that's cut off. There's stuff that's covered by the names, the Young Guns, or the design that goes over the top of it. So, none of these I had seen completed with the right names and the Young Guns logo over the top or actual physical cards. So it wasn't until yesterday morning that I saw physical copies. So it's pretty neat.
Nice. And Billy alluded to this last night too, in that there's a little bit of a feeling out period where you have a bunch of stakeholders, of course, that are invested into these cards. You have the league, the Players Association, Upper Deck. And so did it take you a while to kind of hone in on, what everyone's kind of do's and don'ts are and expectations are, but then areas that you can sort of let loose and put your stamp on the cards?
No, that's a great question. And ironically enough, I didn't have Upper Deck was absolutely fantastic. I mean, nice. Absolutely fantastic. And I didn't run into any issue, like maybe one at the very end. And it wasn't like, hey, this doesn't work. It was just, hey, we need a new design for so-and-so. And I believe it was just one. But I know firsthand based on my prior releases that these teams and these intellectual properties and the NILs and the logos and all these things that they've worked for years to articulate and build and grow, they're very touchy about changing things. And even if it's on a card, and it's odd because in my past projects, I threw out the question like, well, it's an art card. So at what point does logo manipulation become art and art become like, at what point do you cross that line? So I went into it a little weary just because, and like, kind of like, oh man, I need to, and I think the first design I did had nothing to do with, any sort of logo or city or team or anything. And Billy was like, hey, are you going to, add this or add that? And I'm like, well, as long as I'm okay, because I told him like I had dealt with this in the past, and as long as I'm okay. And it was one of those, hey, we'll do it until we're told we can't. And we were never told we couldn't. And I'm so grateful for that because that's in this, out of all projects that I would have been able to pivot and make changes, this would have been it. Because in the past, if I'm painting, say I spend 10 hours on a card and I ship it out for them to pack out and they go, oh, we can't use this. Well, what do you do? Like we're too close to pack out now. You can't send me more to paint. It's not going to work. And so those get cut. And so you might have a checklist of 25, but only 17 make the cut because 8 of them are nixed by whatever brand or team. So I was definitely worried, but like, I mean, like looking at the Taves right there, like I don't want to, I just know if that would have been a baseball team that were the Blackhawks and it looked like that, we probably would have had issues because
he called them
issues with we had. Oh, did I say Kane?
No. You called his name right. We joke. We call him Johnny Toes just because nobody can say his name. So but kudos for you. So you just
like if I said Kane,
good job, hockey guy.
You just got hockey cred, Luke. By
there you go. I got to boost it up, and you guys help me any way you can. But no, it's it was Upper Deck was just absolutely. I mean, and I felt as an artist, especially with these operations that are so big. Upper Deck is such a large company. Topps Fanatics are such big companies that it's easy, as much as you might feel like you made it when they say, hey, we want you to do some stuff in it. It's easy also to kind of get, you're just wanting a bunch of people and, and not feel like your work is really not necessarily wanted, but like, appreciated and put on the solicitations for the product. And since they dropped the solicitation for Series 1, my stuff was in there and my name was in there. I'm like, okay, well, they're putting it out there. And the thing, it was great because collectors knew they were going to be in there. So they knew to look out for them versus, the projects they had in the past. Like they were in there, but I don't know if everyone knew they were in there, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got to ask you about, now there's a theme in your cards, and it's this, I don't know, what is this, a snake or a monster, or, we've seen it
I'd say, my daughter asks that all the time. She calls it the smoke. My daughter calls it the smoke. It from the rays in the background to the smoky, cloudy tuft going around. It's so interesting you bring that up. So when I did, I think, my first couple cards, it was in there, and I think when I did like the next 2 or 3, I was going to put it in there, and I started thinking like, well, it's I'm doing it too often, right? And then I had to remind myself like, well, if you look at any other insert of any other set, they're going to have the same looks. There's going to be different players, but you need to keep it thematically all kind of tied together. So if they see that, they know that, oh, that's one of the renewed. And whereas when I started, it was more of like, I don't know if I want to do it as much. It was kind of and it was the funk I was in at the time, and I loved it, and it worked, and I kept rolling with it. So not all of them have that, as you can see right there, but what I wanted to do is keep something. There's different elements in each one. Some have one of them, some have all 3 or 4, whatever. But as long as they all kind of had a common thread and a common theme in all of them, that was my goal with stuff like that. But the name of it, it's funny you say that. My daughter says, "Did you put the smoke in that one?" I'm like, oh, well, maybe.
Smoke, I like that.
The smoke,
I like that a lot. Now, of the 50 you did for Series 1, do you have a favorite? Like, if you had to pick, is like picking your favorite kid or something like that?
Pick your favorite kid.
Yeah, right. So it's funny, as I was scrolling on eBay today and getting the chance to just kind of revisit all of them. And there's certain ones that popped out to me for sure that I'm like, oh, I do like that one. I do like that. I'm glad the Oettinger ended up on the solicitation because the more I look at it, I'm like, it's just such a cool card. I love the Cam Ward. I love the Cam Ward card. I love the Ryan Getzlaf card. I love the Nathan McKinnon card. Kind of depends on what mood I'm in when I'm looking at it, but there's definitely there's certain things I like, and the player has a lot to do with that as well. Like it's there's certain things that pop on each one, but I have my favorites, but just like with any cards or collectibles, that could change on any given day.
Will you try to, the collector in you, will you try to collect like the full set, or does Upper Deck, as a thank you, give it to you, or like how does that work, or do you gotta be like everyone else?
I'd like to. Yeah, that's. I think. We've talked about, and especially like initially before they dropped, I'm like, I would be cool to have like a set of the exclusives or whatever, something numbered. Those prices are crazy right now. So at least right now, I can't afford the set of the exclusives, but
you can't afford your own stuff.
Yeah, I can't not right now. But no, I think, and it's such a fresh product that that's something that I'm sure that those guys would help me obtain if I don't want to ask for too much right away, but that's definitely on my radar, because I think 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or even when I'm not here, for my daughter to have the set of the cards that I did, and she got to open them with me on release day. That's more important than anything.
Right.
Have you seen an uptick in just inquiries about people asking you to do custom cards for them since yesterday? Like, do you think that the publicity and notoriety that you'll get from being in Series 1, will that, you think, trickle into your custom business too?
Yeah, there's definitely the last day. There's definitely been more DMs. There's always DMs, and it's always go unread for them. There's a lot that I don't get to touch on as quickly as I wish I could, but a lot of new people that I haven't seen, which is great. Inquiring whether it's about sales or doing something for themselves. But I'm assuming, and for the most part, when I've had projects and when things have been announced, I do see kind of a surge in people coming in asking for things and wanting to inquire about buying things. But I mean, at the moment, I'm looking at my commission board, and I think we're at 15 to 20 somewhere in there of orders that need to be fulfilled. And I generally have like a 6 to 8 week turnaround. So that could get down. And there's some days where it gets down to, I wrap everything up and I'm like, oh, there's like 2 on here. It needs to, and then a day goes by and we're back up to like 10 or 12. So that's my bread and butter. And it has been for a long time, because these projects are great and they're huge.
Yeah.
But they take so much planning, and it's few and far between. That how do I fill that time in between? And the answer is shows, commission work. And I think the arts has spoken for itself over the years, but I pride myself on, my dad is like my hero in terms of, just life in itself. And he's such a great businessman. And growing up, he always, taught me the importance of just remembering names and talking to people and wording things correctly and representing yourself the right way. And I prided myself over these last few years of, I busted my butt on the backside of things that people don't see, and sending messages and sending free art and doing this and doing that and showing up here. And you never burn a bridge, and you be kind to the next person and do everything you can to just be a good person and help in any way you can, and just try to pass it on. And I find that just good things happen if you just continue to just do the right thing and be good to people. So, I've worked really, really hard to make stuff like this happen. And that's going to Vegas and staying at the MG. And I know Billy's like, oh, I'm out there for work. I'm like, it was work for me, but no one was paying for it. So we were going, it's an expensive, and you guys had trips or these shows to go to.
Really expensive.
Yeah. And and as an artist, I can't, you can't go to a show with X amount and go, okay, well, if I sell this, I'm going to make this. Like, some are great, some aren't. Some you sell a lot and you don't make a lot of connections. Some you don't sell much, but you make a lot of good networking connections. And so it's very difficult to gauge, like, is this one worth it? Is this one not? And so you kind of, if you're able to do it, when you're able to do it, you go. But it's funny. There's a lot of, not really related, but the people that will come up, and especially the painted ones, they look at it and they are strictly card collecting. They're not art collecting. They're not, and they look at it and they go, well, what does that do to the value? I'm like, okay, well, first thing you got to know is the second I touch it with paint, its value as a traditional sports card is down the drain. Because if you look at it from a traditional sports card sense, and they go, well, can we grade these? I'm like, oh, you can authenticate them as my artwork and you can get them slabbed, but great. What would the surface get if you graded that? Like, 0. So there is
altered.
It's altered. There you go. So it's interesting. Like you said, it's not for everybody, but I think the people that appreciate something unique and something special, and they also love art. And so there's plenty of people out there in the hobby that do enjoy art. So found some success with that.
I think you keyed into, going back to a little bit to your entrepreneurial story and finding your passion in life, that when you are able to find something that you truly love and it doesn't feel like work, and a lot of it's like that been, for us a little bit with this show, there's no precedence for what we're really doing as a business. And so at some point you just have to go all in and trust that you're going to give everything you have. You're going to come at it with the right intentions. You're going to give much, much more than you receive. You're going to commit yourself to being of a giving mindset, that the world generally repays you for that.
Yeah.
And it's scary, because I'm sure that there's a leap of faith when you went into this, and like, I have no idea where this is going to go, where this road is taking me, but something is telling me that I have to do this.
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and so I think
you said a few things tonight that are just so on the head. It's crazy, but yeah, it's still, I mean, it's still leap of faith every day. I mean, it's I don't take any of it for granted because, you know, everything like that, you know, can disappear. So I'm just grateful. You know, it's life's been a long, crazy road, but to end up here and sitting here talking with you guys and cool stuff around me and just you know, getting to do art, getting to do something I love, and sports. I mean, like getting to do art would be cool in itself, but this I can't articulate how much this juxtaposition of sports and art has. I mean, it's everything that I've wanted to do and have been looking for, and it's crazy how life, like you said, you know, you just try to do the next right thing and be good to those around you and just treat others the way you want to be treated, and stuff just kind of happens, and I'm blessed, man, absolutely blessed.
One thing that I want to kind of end our conversation with is just a little bit of insight from you, just into like the card art or custom card market as a whole. One of the things that I heard a couple years ago that as I told you before we were recording, that I'm a little bit of an art fan myself, is I heard somebody make the analogy that in a lot of ways, like sports cards are really modern art pieces where, you know, younger people, you know, aren't into, you know, impressionist type painting, or the galleries aren't the hip maybe place to be, although maybe they should be because they are pretty cool when you get the opportunity to go there. Does that make sense to you? Do you feel like that in some ways where, you know, maybe a painted canvas 200 years ago was sort of the art of the time, that in some ways a sports card, whether just as it's designed by the graphic designer at the manufacturer or with the person like you that reimagines it through your own art, that it is really the canvas of the modern art piece?
No, that I completely agree. I think you know, whether it's like you said, whether it's strictly just the cards the way they're designed, or whether it's kind of the direction we're heading with stuff like this and other art cards, I don't. I mean, I'm sure there's some, if we could really think about it, of cards that are sought after and that are loved by the collecting community, that are put in that position strictly based off of the card. In my opinion, everything has to do with how something looks. Yeah. That's a beautiful card, whether it's simple, whether you're looking back in the 50s and going to tops, or whether you're going to the mid 90s. I think no one I don't want to. People.
Well, let me throw this in there, Luke, because as you're talking, you just said 50s. Like, I wonder if like an art critic evaluated the 1952 Topps Mickey Mantle as a painting, what they would say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It at the end of the day, take the sports card out of it. You're still looking at a picture that has a design on a, you know, whether it's cardstock, whether it's wood, whether it's whatever it is. People like that based off of how it looks. It's not like it couldn't be a blank canvas and they say, hey, this is a 1952 mantle. Just you can't see it. Like it's how everything looks, how it all appears, right? And I completely agree that something like that, I mean, take the sports card aspect out of it and put that 52 mantle, put that on a canvas, right? And have that artwork on there, and that should absolutely be looked at as, you know, like modern art. And that not the 50s. I mean, maybe it's not, you know, modern, but
yeah, sure,
stuff like this, it is. And maybe just because it's not put in a frame and put in a gallery or this or that, there's always someone behind it that put that together. And that, and as much as everyone would like, as much as everyone would like to say, oh, that's simple, or that's a base design, or I'm telling you, you try to sit behind, you know, a computer and get files and put that together. It's not as easy as some people might think. So I think every card, and every card can speak to anybody. It just depends on the individual.
Mm-hmm. Where do you and I apologize for my naivete in this regard,
No,
but
you're good.
where is the custom card market going? Like has it been growing? Like what are the trends, and where do you see it growing in the next few years?
Yeah, it's absolutely been growing. It's been growing since I started, and I think what's neat about card art, and there's different people that have different styles, different I guess forms of art, right? Some paint, some digitally design, print and slab them, some cut them up and assemble them. It's kind of to each his own. But what's nice is because there's so many different artists doing so many different things, it can appeal to such a wider range of collectors. Because if someone might not necessarily like painting on a card, someone might like a couple, some refractors cut up and assembled to make one, or someone might like. There's a handful of artists that are doing some really, really cool things. I mean, from Andy Friedman doing his top stuff, and Piggy Banks right now. Those guys are absolutely blowing up, and just a lot of great artists doing a lot of cool things. And what's so neat that I always bring up is, I know I brought it up earlier in terms of, I never feel like I'm in a box where I have to do X, Y, and Z. And card art and collecting and all of that is in my opinion still in such an infant stage that the sky's the limit. In my opinion, there are no rights and wrongs, do's and don'ts. It's kind of like whatever you can think of. If we can make it happen, like why shy away from that? Because I think you can. The damage is only so little if you're just trying to be creative as possible and just going for it. Because worst case, it goes in one set, you go, oh, it didn't work, not doing it again. But
there's always a new set that comes out.
Exactly. Right. So it's so neat that there are no constraints, no box that you're kind of put in, and it's and that's what I know I had mentioned it. If cards aren't on my radar in 5 years, as long as I get there and kind of naturally progress to that point, I am 100% okay with it. As long as, like I said, I don't sacrifice any integrity to get there. But it's neat. I truly foresee, like I said, there's only been a couple projects that have been done, whether it's the 2020 or the 70 or the top stuff I did or stuff like this. Only a couple things have been done. So who knows where we're going to go in the future. And I think creatively, I mean, it's just such an exciting thing to think about, because if this stuff, it's already is looking cool just in the first couple swings, then who knows what can be done in the next 5 years, 10 years.
Yeah, cause I'm sorry, Josh. I almost, when I look at these cards, I don't want to call them card art. I want to call them contemporary art on a card, because it's already the picture. It's contemporary art put into the background, and that's what I want you and whoever else does this to own it, because it's your design on these cards. Does that make sense?
No, it absolutely does. And I not only appreciate that, but I love that you even said that, because I think personally too, card art is such a generalized phrase that was used kind of at the beginning of all of this, still kind of is attached itself to it, but it's like it's so much more than that. And it's art. My art happens to be done. I can show, actually, I'm doing this one for a place down the way, but so I did an Andrew Jones. Oh, there we go. Andrew Jones rookie for the Braves. But so that's all painted on there. And yes, it's on a card, but that's my art that's on there. So card art, like I agree. Like it'd be like calling paintings like canvas paintings. Like, it's a painting, right? It's art. It's a canvas art. There you go. But it's I completely agree. And I think that term has been generalized and used probably more than it should, because anyone can put a filter over a picture of an athlete and print it on some special card stock and call it card art. So but
there's
like I said, to each his own, and everyone's kind of doing their own thing. But I'm happy with where I'm at and kind of where we've landed, and I'm excited for where everything's going. I really am.
Well,
Good.
Luke, where can, if people are interested to check out your stuff or maybe commission a piece or buy maybe some stuff that you've already done, where's the best place for people to
Absolutely.
learn
So,
more about your art?
yeah, my main hub is on Instagram. So it's going to be at Luke the
Okay.
Cardist on Instagram. We have an X or a Twitter, whatever you want to call it. It's at the Cardist. TikTok at Luke the Cardist. And I bring those up like I'm super active on them, which I'm not. Instagram is my go-to. I have LukeTheCardist.com is my website. We're in the middle of a website revamp, so it's up. It's not necessarily active or listings are on there, cards are on there, but yeah, Instagram is my main. You can always DM me on there. But I tell everyone too, even if you're an artist or you're wanting to do this on your own and you have questions, I give as much information as I can to kind of help you do your thing. So there's no hiding any secrets or any secret sauce or anything. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out as well, because I love to help the next person be creative as well.
And just a question. I don't mean to put you on the spot or embarrass you, but I just honestly don't know, and I'm curious if someone like me, like my daughter loves Ronaldo. If I wanted to commission you to paint a card for that, like what type of budget would I typically need to be looking at for a
So
piece
my
like
commissions, so I tell everyone they start at 350, but that includes the acquisition of the card as well. So I have a lot of people that say like, oh, I have this and this and I can send it to you. I'm like, you just tell me who. If there is a particular card you want done, you obviously relay that information, and it generally stays within that $350 to $375 range, as long as it's not a LeBron rookie or something nuts. In which case the price weighs into the total.
Sure.
But yeah, 375. But I also, and I know you brought up earlier the kind of the Pollock-esque or the more abstract pieces. That's something new where I started doing for the shows. And the reason I did those is they obviously take, and they're not as, a lot of people think it's just paint thrown at the card, you're done, but there is a lot of hand embellishing that's done as well. And although embellishing goes into it, they don't take me nearly as much time. So because of that, I wanted to have different price points at the shows. So maybe if someone came up and they loved the Nico Collins or that Shohei, whatever it is, but they necessarily couldn't afford 300, 400, but what at 500, but whatever it is, the other ones, they more of a price range about the $75 to $150. So
okay,
I wanted everyone to have a chance to own some art, whether or not they necessarily thought they could afford it. So those are kind of newer that I'm rolling out for that specific reason. But I'd say for the most part, the stuff that's a little more detailed, they're going to be sitting from the 325 to like 450 range, but mostly in the 350, 375.
Cool. I think that's very fair.
Yeah.
Well, Luke, this has been amazing. Congratulations. What an
guys.
awesome thing to find your passion and to contribute to a big product in the hockey world, the flagship product, Series 1, an amazing insert that's been received very, very well by the hobby community. And again, it's art is a beautiful thing. It makes things more interesting. It pushes boundaries. It helps you, evokes emotion, right, from people that are looking at it. And like you said, you've got great use of vibrant colors that are emotion stirring in of themselves. And I just think you did a fantastic job. And I'm glad that you're soaking in all the kudos from the hobby world.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. It's I appreciate you guys having me on. I always love talking to people and just kind of chopping it up and other people in the hobby and getting to talk about this. So I appreciate you guys having me, and I hope that Lou, you and I, we can meet at some point, and Josh, we can link up again. Hopefully sometime soon. I think I might be coming out to. Where are you guys based out of?
Well, we're in Minneapolis.
Okay. Do you guys do the Toronto show?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're there.
Okay.
I've heard.
I
I've
know-
talked to Billy about this.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we talked about coming out there. So I think the most northeast I've been is actually DC. So east or northeast. So I need to go up a little further. So I hope I can make it out there in the springtime to see you guys.
That would be amazing. And again, thank you for your time and congratulations. And we'll look forward to talking to you soon.
Thanks,
Thank
Luke.
you guys. You guys have a great night. We'll talk soon.
See ya.
Okay, we're back. Now I know Mike and Phil, you guys may have the benefit of hearing the conversation, so you'll be able to listen to it later. Well, first of all, I should say, I want to ask Mike, were you a fan of the Young Guns Renewed?
I like the look of them. Yeah, I did. If we get into the pricing of them, I thought that they were completely out of whack because they're very, very common. But I did like the concept. I thought it was a cool new insert. It felt something more so that should have been like an extended though, no, as opposed to like flagship series 1 and 2. Like it had more of a gimmicky extended feel to it though. That's the only thing.
I think what's happening is knowing now that with how the rules from the NHL work as it relates to any player in a Young Guns card having to skate it in an official NHL game, that the fact that flagship is printed in Italy, we're not going to get guys like Celebrini that are drafted over the summer and sort of or Michkov or that come over and into a series 1. And so Upper Deck is really trying to build additional chases into their flagship products. And so I kind of commend them for that. And yeah, I am much like, while the base prices, I feel like were pretty crazy, like you out of the gate, there's some deals that you could get on the exclusives, especially. And so to me, that's the one, or the high gloss if you want to spend a little bit more, but those are the ones that are probably safer long term.
Yeah.
As far as Luke goes, though, Louis, he could not be a sweeter guy, huh? You're on mute, bud.
Somebody had to do it, right?
Yep.
I thought he was probably one of the nicest guys we ever talked to, and I don't think he knows how good he is.
Yeah. And it's worth going on his Instagram and watching his videos as he creates these custom cards. I could sit and do that all day. So very, very grateful for Luke to come on, and I want to thank him again for doing that. All right. Here we go.
Time to find out what puts the poo on Phil's shoe.
Now, originally, Phil, you were set to do kind of your glow and the flow this week, and you're going to get all puppy dogs and ice cream on the bit. But then I got an urgent and horrifying message from you that we need to switch to poo on your shoe. I can't wait, of course, to see what's caused this dramatic events, and I'm scared a little bit, I'll be honest. But before we let you go, though, in conjunction with our lawyers, Hudson, Celebrini, and Luchenko, I can't even say it. And then, of course, we got contacted again by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and we were asked to play this quick disclaimer before you go on with your rant.
Phil's opinions expressed in this rant are his own thoughts and do not reflect necessarily the opinions of the Hockey Cards Gongshow podcast. We're not even sure he knows what he's saying as he gets excited and his hands start to wave, and then he pretty much blacks out. He's also mean regarding Josh's personal pickups, and finally, he doesn't even know how many provinces there are in the country he lives in.
Phil doesn't know how many provinces are in Canada. So
28!
I've heard.
Okay. Phil, the floor is yours. Louis, hold your breath. Prepare to get sued.
Okay, so all jokes aside, I am a little nervous. I'm not nervous, but it's tongue in cheek. Okay, it's certain elements are cheeky, certain elements are sarcastic. It's all in fun. Okay, maybe we should play the disclaimer one more time. Okay, here we go. Hello, good listener. I hope you have had a great week, and now it's time for me to vent a little. Remember, though, good listener, it's okay to be mad. It's okay to get upset. We're humans. I'm human. You're human. The trick is to unleash, step back, reset, and move forward. All right, so I'll start us off for today. Here we go. Big week for the hobby as Flagship Series 1 was released. Coming off the circus of Series 2 Bedard Mania, here we are, ready for another NHL season with a fresh slate of ice and a new Series 1 of Young Guns and inserts. Portraits, aimbots, and renewed Young Guns. Oh my. Upper Deck swinging for the fences with their brazen new designs and modified of old. The hobby is up in arms. What shall we do about this shift in the matrix? The outcry online has been somewhat small, yet fierce. Most of you probably don't get your pantyhoses in a bunch, but some folks, some community members have expressed anxiety and doubt in this year's new flagship. So let's dive into some of those right now. Let's take care of the big bald spot on Austin's head first, or the elephant in the room, whatever analogy works for you. Price point. Folks, everything is outrageously priced. Everything. Upper Deck is no different. I'm going to use Canadian pricing for the following. So we're currently sitting at $139.99 for Series 1 this year. Let's jump into our time machine for a second. Let's jump to 2018. Series 1, $110. Some places was $114.99. We saw an increase after 2018 in 2020-21 Series 2, not Series 1, of about $5 to $10. So it went to anywhere from $125 to $130, even $120 in some places. Pretty much after that, it was 2021-22 saw $130 across the board for both Series 1 and Series 2. So we're at the difference of about $20 so far. Now, I don't like it either, guys. I don't like it at all. But please keep in mind, this is when everything was going bonkers. Supply chain, cost of wood, general materials, etc., etc. The price for Series 1 2023-24 went to $140. That's where we are right now. Ouch for sure. But if we look back to 2018, it was 110. So I think we live in an economy right now that is poopy. We need to acknowledge this, or you're just throwing shade at Upper Deck is very unjust. I am with you, good listener, but if you're going to do it, if you're going to complain constructively with math. So now let's fast forward to the present time. The price is $10 more than the average hobby flagship box that was a couple years ago. Yes, that sucks. But have you seen the price of cheese lately? Cheese in Ontario has increased 2.3 times since 2020. Eggs, toilet paper, lumber, all over double the prices of 2020. Upper Deck has increased their prices of flagship minus the outlying of Series 2 last year, less than 25%. Yes, the Bedard Mania tax makes me upset as well, but it is what it is. All right, on to the next point of the disgruntled community members versus flagship Series 1. The designs. First of all, I would like to commend so many of our community members and their moonlighting graphic designers education. Where did all of you find the time and money to pursue a secondary education in graphic and design and print media? Please DM Louie and let him know. We would love to acquire your best practices. The first suspect in our hurt feelings case is the infamous renewed Young Guns. Take your pick of anger. Here's a quote. They're too common. Here's another quote. I don't like the art. Me neither. Whatever your beef is, and I'm quite surprised this needs to be said more than ever, in our hobby and society, there just might be somebody else out there who likes the card. I know it's hard for some people to hear, but here, I'll show you. I'll go first. Hey, Phil, do you like the 16-bit cards from Allure? No, I don't. I actually think they're quite ridiculous, and unfortunately, that particular card does not resonate with me. But I am happy it resonates with you and hits you in the feels, and you should go for it. I don't know where this changed in society, where subjective opinions, yes, I know that sentence doesn't make sense, subjective opinions, but you know what I mean, become facts. Next up, the retro Young Guns. This past week, we had Billy Celio, project manager, on earlier this week, sorry, bad grammar, and the topic of retro Young Guns came up. More particularly, why they weren't called tributes. This was actually a bit of an eye-opening moment, I think, for both parties, because we were very confused why Upper Deck wouldn't call these tribute Young Gun, which would make much more sense. Billy returned the lack of obviousness right back to us, looking confused in his own right, because it was obvious to him why they didn't. Topps has trademarked the word tribute. Ugh, weird business, I know. None of us knew a descriptive word could be trademarked as Topps did. So it is more obvious now. Or I apologize. We, as a hobby, would very much appreciate the word tribute to be used instead of retro for a variety of reasons. The biggest being newcomers thinking it might be a real rookie card. Do I personally think this is a major red flag and a major issue? It's not. Not even close, guys. You have to give due diligence to the individual. Read the back of the card. Read the print date. Problem is solved. I just explained why Upper Deck can't use the word tribute. It was an excellent answer that solved a lot of mystery. But I can guarantee you, somebody will still throw shade at them for not using the tribute word, even though we have the exact answer. I'm also grateful that Billy sees our point as well, as words and phrases are just that to a hobby member. Words and phrases. Our employers do not require us to be hypersensitive to trademarked words and phrases. So if you work at Upper Deck, you're going to be hypersensitive. I don't mean it in a negative way, to things that matter in your day-to-day work, like trademarked words. I would think that'd be very important. So we both gave and take. We gave and took. We saw each other's points. See what a civil discussion can do? Yay. Oh, and for the record, I absolutely love the Young Gun retros, and I'm not a big fan of the renews. I like the Carlson one, but that's about it. And I can't wait for the Brady retro Young Gun to come out. And yes, I will pay big bucks for the red. I would pay even bigger bucks for the one-on-one. Why? Because I'm a big Brady Tkachuk collector, and I really like the design. I like it, and I'm not going to get mad that you don't. Lastly, the biggest beef of all, the value of the box. I hear you guys. I hear you completely. When I pay for expensive things, I want value just like you. I think the issue, I never know what word to use. I think the issue lays, I'm not sure, in the definition though. As a 3-decade participant in this hobby of ours, I can tell you there are 3 types of people. The ones that view value as a noun, and the ones that view view value as a verb. And the third person, who I strive to be, would be someone who has a healthy balance of both. So I value my cards so incredibly much that it makes me happy. So that's a verb. That's where I come in. I feel the hobby is trending towards more of the verb, monetary worth of something. His cards are valued at $45,000. This is where the difference is. I find value in a different way. This is where you, as a collector or an entrepreneur, need to assess who you are. Does Upper Deck advertise you can increase your investment, your financial investment, if you buy their box? No, they don't. And I don't believe they ever have. Who does, though? Who does say things like that? I think we know. ComC would be a good example. COM, or no, I said it the right way. ComC, PS definitely does. What about card cleaning companies? Do they do that? Third-party vendors? I think they do. But all this week, comment after comment about there's no value in a Series 1 box. I believe there is great value in a Series 1 box. A healthy balance between the two, verb and noun, of value seems to be where I have found the most delightful of collectors. Myself, I falter constantly not respecting the value of certain cards in my collection. I can't tell you how many RPAs, maybe I should not say that. I forget the value of my cards on a consistent basis because I love the card. Trust me, there's a flip side to this coin. I promise you, it's in my office constantly. After visiting my LCS frequently, time and time again, I see families in there buying boxes, buying binders with their children. And for myself personally, that's value. If value of money is your number one priority, why the heck are you buying boxes of sports cards, folks? It's honestly one of the worst asset classes in our economy. That's more of a fact than my opinion. And I could prove that with math on a different week. And while I'm on a roll here, lastly, why does said complainer keep doing the thing that makes him upset? Leave the hobby if entrepreneurialism is not your jam. You need to create something, a product, a service, something different. Hard work creates monetary value. New innovative designs and products create monetary value. Getting upset at another person's creation not making you money in a lottery type of system is completely foreign to me and many others. I just seem to have the loud voice here, but I promise you, a lot of people are being quiet. Okay, last point, I promise. My biggest complaint would be the non-released gallery from Upper Deck. As someone who collects flagship base every year, it was very disappointing not to see the gallery of cards before release. That's probably my biggest gripe, would be the secrecy of the card designs from Upper Deck. I'm sure there's clearly more to it behind the curtain. It is unfortunate the way we get to see cards when they're released to the public. I firmly believe Upper Deck could improve in this area, especially with the explosion of social media, podcasts, breakers, the lead up, the build up. You could do it like a movie, man. You could make it very epic. But no, like, we'll just give the checklist to Beckett, I guess, and look at 6 cards. I don't know. So I hit the main 3 points that mildly pooped on my shoe this week. It was more of a chuckle and then shaking my head. So at the end of the day, my card community, it's cards. If the release of a card series does not suit your fancy somewhere else and let us have some fun. I'm not speaking to most of you, but I'm speaking to the smaller yet loud group of folks who used words, and I'm not kidding, like disrespect and disgusting in their comments about hockey cards. Okay, so let's all touch some grass. Let's help each other find our cards. No reason to get angry at something you don't have to buy. So in a world of, I leave you with this, in a world of tension, be a pillow. Don't poop on my shoe. That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
It was a long one. Apologies.
what
A lot to
rant.
unpack there, Phil.
Yeah.
You're a verb. We learned that.
Yeah.
Phil
We
the
got a
verb.
little English lesson in the middle of that too, eh?
I like
Nouns
English.
Verbs and math.
verbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, math and verbs. It's like, is this high school? I don't know what's going on
yeah,
here.
sometimes it feels like high school, eh?
Normally you attack the PSA. Now you're going after the hobby.
No,
Wow.
that's I did that come across that way.
The people. He attacked the people.
I am one of the
Phil
people
hates the hobby. No.
really, really angry at something they don't have to buy, and I don't know. I just had a moment in my truck. I guess I was like, "What?"
Where I agree with you, and Mike, I want to get your comments on Phil's little rant here too. But I do chuckle at times. I don't know what the right word is when people do get very upset over certain cards and certain sets, and I feel like they fail the reason that Upper Deck puts out almost every week a new hockey set. So if you don't like this series 1, well, guess what? SPA is out next week.
Yeah.
You can buy that, and there doesn't every set made isn't tailor made for Josh Madigan or Bill Marsh or Mike DiStefano, right? It's made, you have to assume that Upper Deck designs some cards for kids, some cards for people that like techie printing with acetates and foils, some people that like classic more card designs. And just because a card doesn't speak to your collecting taste doesn't mean that that it might not be the perfect card for somebody else.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of those points too. And Phil, you're right. It is it's interesting where the market's just gotten to a point where people expect, when they rip into something, and instead of enjoying the card and getting the value of ripping and the value of just like holding cool new cards
Yeah.
and inserts, like people are strictly just going through and looking for the hits. And you guys had Billy on last week, and I remember him talking about when he was watching his breaks, he was upset that people were just rifling through like the inserts because people were just looking for the young guns or looking for, stuff that was short printed, or like they weren't actually looking at like the PvP inserts. They weren't looking at the canvas, which I actually think that I like the look of the canvas this
nice,
year.
eh? Yeah, me
I
too.
think the Dazzlers are awesome. I think that they look so
Refined.
cool.
They glowed up,
Yeah, I really, really like the Dazzlers this year. So I don't have an issue with Series 1 personally. I mean, yes, it doesn't have the top end young guns in it. But in terms of like what you're going to get out of it, I mean, you should know, like if you're opening up a box, 80% of the time, you're not going to make your money back. Like, so that's just known before you go into it. So having an issue opening it and say, "Oh, I got nothing out of it," you usually don't, and you should know that by now. If you're a long-time season collector, you've taken many L's. You should be used to this.
Yeah, like I can't stress enough. I don't know who's in, like, get a paper route. I don't know. Like, I have no idea the expectation that people expect to enter breaks. Like that's where a big hate of breaks go. I hate breaks. Breakers making all this money. Obviously, people like breaking. They keep paying for it. It just I don't know.
Well, the irony of the lottery or gambling aspect of ripping boxes is the only reason why certain boxes exist that have a big card that could be worth $2,000, $5,000, or $10,000 is because, to your point, Mike, 80-90% of boxes lose. Like that, the winners don't exist without the majority of boxes losing. And that's what makes those rarest of rare occasions when you get that once in a lifetime hit so special.
Yeah.
It's like one couldn't exist without the other.
Like I don't like 98% of the cards that are produced. So I'm not upset 98 out of 100 moments at the expo. That doesn't make sense. Like the 16-bit, I think is one of the most hideous cards. It does not interest me at all. And I love listening. I love how happy you makes you, Josh. And that is a huge popular card. It's a huge chase. It sounds soapboxy and like, oh, you're so much better. That's not, just change the way you think a little bit, you know, like that could be a card that could get your buddy into the hobby that wasn't in the hobby before.
Totally.
Like, you know, like that, you think of it in a different way. You're not going to like everything. There's not going to be a financial incentive in every box. That would make no sense. You said it yourself. You have to have losing boxes to have a winner.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Phil, because like I set up at a card show today in St. Catharines, Ontario, and there was literally a guy who came and he's like, "Oh, do you have any Series 1 inserts?" I'm like, "Yeah, open a couple boxes. Here's what I have." He's like, "Oh, I'm looking for the City Satellites," which, you know, it's not like a super unique card, and it's not one that's considered like a big, massive chase. But he literally said, "Yeah, like I was opening up cards and my mom actually liked it. That was the one that she gravitated to. So I'm just out here looking for City Satellites to give her."
Nice.
Now that's what she collects. Like that's what she wants. Right. So that's
Mike,
what we're talking about.
Yeah, man. That's I gave a Wyatt Johnson clear cut to one of my buddies. That's one of his favorite players now. You know, I mean, yeah, okay, I lost a couple, especially now. Crap. I wouldn't mind that card.
I'm not that nice. I gave the guy the City Satellites. I was like, go ahead, take it. It's a gift to your mom. I don't think I would have done that with
I grew up with his dad. His childhood stomping ground friend, right? I would do the same thing every time. But that he's hooked. I mean, come on. I just want to show that your traditional sense of value is not mine, and it's not a lot of other people's. It's just not. So just if we can all think of a little bit like that sometimes would be great. You know, I like money too, don't get me wrong.
Okay, we're ready to roll on. Got to make a quick mention first. So for Fanatics Collect, who's a Gongshow partner and sponsor, we're grateful for their support of our show. The October premiere auction ends this upcoming Thursday night. Be sure to log on to fanaticscollect.com, get those bids in, secure maybe your next hobby grail. Remember, there's 9 huge hockey cards available in this month's premiere. Also, don't forget to check out the Fanatics Collect Buy Now Marketplace as well. They're working hard to keep the listings fresh, and I've been finding new cards there daily. They've also integrated, and this is new, with our buddies at Card Ladder. So on each of the listings, you get an indication of the market value from Card Ladder. So you can compare the price listed by the seller to what the market price is. I think that's a cool feature.
It's like Auto Trader.
Yeah.
I do like that. That is cool.
Well, it saves you the step of maybe looking it up.
You're going to look it up anyways.
Where you probably do, but if the Card Ladder values $40 and somebody's asking $85, then you save yourself the time to look it up. And I think it keeps pressure on sellers to make sure that they're listing cards at a reasonable price too. So I think that's a great move by Fanatics Collect. And then lastly, but not leastly, the current Fanatics Collect weekly auction is live, ends this upcoming Sunday night. On Thursday's show, we'll highlight a couple of our favorites from both vintage and modern categories. And for everything Fanatics related, head to fanaticscollect.com. Mailbag time. Got a bunch of questions.
Yay.
And a bunch of good ones again this week too. All right. First one from Instagram. Ryan Berkeley says, what do you consider a true rookie card? One of the more loaded questions. Mike, what do you consider a true rookie?
Like, obviously rookie year, but like main rookie in like whatever set it is. You know, like obviously Young Guns is like the truest rookie it could possibly be, I guess. Like, does that answer the question? I don't.
It's an opinion question, I think, more.
Like a Young Guns retro, I wouldn't consider like a main rookie, right? But the Young Guns,
like the classic definition is the base rookie. So, and this is why I don't 100% prescribe to the notion of true rookie. I just don't. I don't think the hobby cares, because and eBay maybe wrecked this because any rookie year card just became a rookie in every listing. So we've been trained that. So if you go definitionally, like where that makes sense, like a good example is like the Cup RPAs out of 99 and 249. Those are considered true rookies. That's probably why they have a legacy of selling for more than their like lower number parallels, right? Where this
Future Watch autos is a perfect example too. Like
Yep.
the 1 out of 99 sells for a heck of a lot more than the 1 out of 399.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
yeah, big time.
But it breaks down though, because according to that definition, the base OPC Platinum is the true rookie, and the Seismic Gold is not.
They're both rookies.
And well, they're both rookies, but you have a $1 card is considered your true rookie,
Yeah.
and maybe it's $500 parallel is not considered a true. So I just think rookie year is where 95% of the hobby is, and the whole true rookie concept is important to some people. I think, especially like I said, cup collectors. But I don't. So I guess my answer is I don't really prescribe to the notion of a true rookie. What do you think, Phil?
I quickly looked up the definition of a rookie, and it says a member of an athletic team in his or her first full season in that sport. So he's not asking that question. He's saying, what do you consider a true rookie card? So I'm assuming, okay, personally, I think any card that is licensed by said league and has said player on it, if it is produced in that player's year of the definition, member of athletic team in his first full season of that sport, is his rookie card. As to swim in the gray area, I think a Young Gun is a true rookie card, right?
Mhm.
Like I in my opinion, I that's the rookie card I want. I think any card is a true rookie card, though. It's a slippery
And
conversation.
It goes back to Beckett too, and how they defined and cards that in Beckett magazine had the RC designation. I think is
Good
where a
point.
lot of the true, and that goes back to the whole base set thing there too. But again, I just think it's such a distinction without a difference at this point, with the rare exception of like the cup RPAs and stuff like that.
Like, wait, just to go on Mike's point though, like the stuff this year, the renewed and the outburst retros, those are not rookie cards.
No, God,
those
no.
are not. Yeah,
No,
this is where everyone's like, they're not rookie. Like, I agree. We agree. They're not. They should be tributes, but we're calling them retros.
I think though, what this person's pointing at though, even more so than that, Phil, is like a insert rookie. So
Yeah. Insert and parallels. Do you consider those true rookies?
Like my cup golds, you mean? Like, would that be an example?
Yeah, and that's not considered a true rookie, but like an insert would be a like a population count, like a Bedard population count for next year. Is that a rookie card?
Oh, I see what your point. Yeah, it is, but it shouldn't be. I don't know. It is a rookie card.
It is a rookie card, but it's not his true rookie in
Correct.
that set. I think is like how I'd classify it.
And if the hobby wanted to move in that direction, right, where you had a distinction between a rookie year card and a true rookie card, I think what they would have to do is implement a badging system similar to what Topps does, because Topps is actually where they put the RC logo on a card, where Upper Deck is all over the place in how they label rookies. And so it just creates confusion. And then I think, again, you factor in the whole eBay thing there, where I don't care what the card says. If you're selling a card and it's a weird insert, but it's 2023, you're putting Bedard rookie. There's no way you're not.
I guess
and that's what the hobby sees most. So it's kind of trains that people to think that way. All right, Facebook, Jackie Verow. What will be the value of Lane Hudson Young Gun short term and long term? Mike, we'll let you go here again first.
So, like, release day was selling for, again, Canadian. So I'm going to use Canadian dollars. It was going for like $150, which surprised me very much. I did not expect for it to be that high. I figured it'd be high, but not like that. Ultimately, I see this thing settling in probably in around the 50 range, I would think. Like, and that's only because he's in Montreal. If he was in any other market, it's not even close to being that.
You don't like the head?
I mean, look, I think he's gonna be fine, but like ultimately, here was my. So I opened up one box or my first box, and I got a Hudson rookie, Hudson Young Guns, and in my head, I'm like, okay, well, what's this going for? $150. Sell now. Absolutely unloaded that thing as quick as I possibly can. For $150, I could get a Quinn Hughes and still have $50 left over. It didn't make sense to me that it's worth that much. So I think it could be like a $40 to $50 young gun if he's still like a quality player. But it's not anywhere near where it's at right now. It's dropping. It's going to drop.
Yeah, he's the star attraction of any flagship release, and they're always way overpriced out of the gate. And so, and then long term, it's just how good is he? I mean, that's what it comes down to all this. And as a defenseman, how many points can he produce, and can he score 20, 25 goals a year?
0 points in the last 3 games.
There you go.
What do you think, Phil?
Are you surprised how much, like, I thought Cutter Gauthier was going to be a lot closer to Hudson when, like, the checklist first got announced? I thought Gauthier was going to be much more of a chase.
No.
But it's
no,
not.
he's not. No, he's not. I don't know. Not that from my weak experience in the shops and being online. I think go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm trying to put this in Canadian terms, dollar terms, but like Stankoven is $40 US here. So what's that, like $60 Canadian, something like that? How is he less than half of,
probably,
or a third of Lane Hudson's price out of the gate, where he's so much more proven?
Doesn't make sense.
Half the hobby lives in Quebec. That's why.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. They're passionate. I love it.
Yep. Instagram cracking some cards. What does Upper Deck need to do to make the hobby more exciting and innovative for collectors? It seems like they've been producing less autos and jersey cards the last 5 years in their products. It's very noticeable in their flagship Upper Deck sets. I don't think their current solution of producing more meaningless inserts and getting rid of autos and jersey cards is what collectors want. Well, I'm going to chime in here first, just because I've talked to Upper Deck about this, and when you say like jersey cards, they've heard loud and clear that people hate jersey cards, and so they're making less of them because the hobby. So, to your point, maybe in your rant, Phil, people have been so vocally negative on them, and then autos is tricky, right? Because, well, first of all, flagship, just to make that clear, typically doesn't have autos. Very rarely does. It's not an auto product. But other products definitely rely on autos. And it comes down to, like, I often think do I want an auto of a player who in the last year and a half has been in Europe and isn't even in the NHL and nobody's heard of? Or would I rather have an insert? For me, I'll take the insert. Right. And so that's where,
Like
my
notable player, you mean?
Yeah. Because I have so many autos that I have in penny sleeves.
Yeah.
Going back to like your whole like one touch top loader penny sleeve, I probably have a stack of 30 autos and penny sleeves that I can't even justify putting in a top loader.
Don't tell Louis that. He wants you to put his autos in top loaders.
And I want to get your guys' input on this. And I'll just, before I shut up, I'll just throw in the one thing I wish they would do. And this is a little bit of a higher end solution. And we're starting to see Fanatics and Tops really do this a lot, is I want game used memorabilia tied to a specific game.
Yeah, be awesome.
Yeah.
I think
the Oettinger base from his home run ball,
so
like when
cool.
they
Cool.
Or NHL debut patch, or even a patch that like from an all-star game, that this was from the March 17th, 2022 All-Star game or something like that, where you have that provenance with that, where, and I'm sure this would be very difficult and expensive for Upper Deck to do, but they're kind of going in the opposite direction. They're getting more vague as they go on. But I would, for my taste, I would love to see them kind of go more that route where it's specific game used and actually identifies the game or event that it came from. What do you think about this question, Phil?
To repeat, so what does Upper Deck need to do to make the hobby more exciting and innovative for collectors? I don't have the answer, but I'll tell you what I don't think the answer is more autos and more patch cards. I'm kind of on this big Allure kick right now. I think you make a beautiful hockey card set. Don't put sticker autos on it. If Allure would be probably one of my top 3 sets if they get rid of the sticker autos. I bet you it would be cheaper on top of it. I don't know. Maybe I'd have to ask Billy.
Can we do a test of that? Because I love what you say. So I have 2 boxes that I'm going to present to each of you. And we'll start with you, Phil, and then I'm going to go to Mike. The 2 boxes of Allure. Box A has an auto in it. You don't know the player. Box B has the doubloons in it.
Oh,
you don't know the player. So you're taking doubloons. Which one are you taking,
100%.
Mike?
Love doubloons.
I would. My cop-out answer would be I would have to see what the checklist looks like to see what autos could possibly be.
Not an option.
But yeah, I guess the doubloons probably are going to get a. Odds are the doubloon will be the better card. That'll at least
Safer
have like
bet.
a star player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. The balloons are great, man. I just picked up the Howe in Hartford today. Oh my god, so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be upset if I got some random crap rookie auto. That typically happens.
Look at the base card. What is a beautiful, beautiful card.
I
man.
love the Allure base is unbelievable.
They're
Phenomenal.
almost too nice.
Great. Yeah. Honestly.
It ruins the autograph sticker auto ruins the card. I even if it was Bedard or Brady Tkachuk, whatever. I don't want an auto on these cards. Not this type of finish.
That's the same way, like, honestly, for I'm not saying for, resale, but if you had to give me a card to keep in my collection, like the OPG Platinum Bedard Seismic Gold auto versus regular Seismic Gold, I'm taking the non-auto every day. Because I think the card looks better not autoed. But Mike, what are your thoughts on this question? What do you think Upper Deck can do to make the hobby more exciting and innovative?
I do like your game used, like tying it to a specific game. I think that would be really cool. I took this question in a different route. Like, could I think of a different type of series possibly? And I thought of one. I don't know if it's because I work in media, so I think it'd be cool. But like an ice to booth, like all these players who used to play who are now in media, whether it's like Jamie McLennan, Frank Corrado, Jeff O'Neill, right? Biz, right? Jeremy Roenick, right? Wayne Gretzky is now, up in the booth, talking. So all of these players potentially, and you just kind of a cool set of guys who've gone into media, I guess. And you could do like an ice to booth set. And, and it's not all superstars, obviously, right? There's some guys who, had decent careers who ended up getting into media. And, I think that'd be kind of cool. It's something you could put in Allure. You could put in Allure, Phil.
That would
work.
I'm very fresh in my love with Allure right now.
Feels like a very SP insert too.
Yeah, for sure. I think that'd be cool.
Discord, Chuck G. With Topps losing the NHL license, there won't be any Topps Now milestone stickers. Will anyone take up that idea for milestones and or the stickers and sticker books? I couldn't, guys, find anything about Topps losing the NHL license.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, they don't have the NHL license? I don't.
They have the sticker license from Top Now.
Oh, okay. Is this a hot seller though? Like, how many people, like when you go to Walmart, this is like the only thing that's still on the shelves.
Yeah. A Bedard sticker, which came out of him in a Blackhawks uniform.
Yeah.
Which came out before any other card of him in a Blackhawks uniform, I think is one of the most graded. I don't want to call it cards.
Yeah, you are right.
Like thousands and thousands. I'm just sorry. I'm stumbling. I'm looking up the
4 stickers. The stickers are made to be stuck.
Well, it was like a Topps Now thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then that's what he's talking about in the question. He gave me like 2 seconds. I just got to memorize the number here, and I'll get it.
I didn't even know. I didn't know these were stickers, to be honest with you. The Topps Now, I thought they were cards.
Yeah, they're tiny. I got 10. I'll admit I got 10 of them because I'm a sucker for everything.
They match your coloring books, eh?
Cute. Okay, so now we're gonna guess. What do you think the PSA 10 pop count? So there's an SGC 10. Thank you, Louis. On this sticker is.
I've always thought those were cards.
They're pretty small. They're like
cigarette package type stuff.
Yeah. Guess the PSA 10 pop count, Mike.
Of that card?
100?
Well, you said there's a bunch, right? So let's throw out 600 then.
What do you think, Phil?
I definitely don't think 600. 200?
Okay, the PSA 10 pop count is 3,013.
That has to be wrong. There's 3,000 people graded that card.
Yeah,
sticker?
and got PSA 10s. I'm not even.
So
I'll
there's
look up how
something
many
for everybody in this hobby, right? Because that is, I mean, teach their own. Whatever floats
What's
your
the
boat.
gem rate? What's the gem rate there?
pretty high. 3,850 were graded and 3,013 PSA 10s. So
Oh God, yeah.
That poor sticker is meant to be in a book, not graded. It's supposed to be peeled and stuck.
well, look at
funny.
the price too. Okay.
It's a nice card too. Like it's a nice design. He's happy. Connor, his hair's flowing. Nice smile. It's good.
What do you think the highest sale price is on just not any of the parallels? Because there's like a
highest
or
sale.
something like that out of 10, but just the base like this PSA 10. What do you think the highest sale is?
Oh, I don't want to know.
Someone must have paid a stupid, an insane amount of money.
I'll give you guys a hint. It's not ridiculous. It's
so 1,000.
It's still probably ridiculous. I'll match my other number, 600.
Okay, what do you think, Phil?
Oh God, some. I guess the 1,000.
372.
Oh, thank
so
God.
Not too bad. I mean,
losing faith in humanity by the second.
No, 600 Canadian, which is closer to 382 American.
That's
there
right,
you go.
Mike.
There you
That's
go.
right.
You got yeah, good guess.
Our
good.
dollars are stumbling a little bit. We're working on it. We're working on it.
So Chuck, I don't know if they lost the license. My read though is if they did, somebody else will swoop it up.
Yeah, Upper Deck, I'm assuming, would probably just come and make these. If there's a market for it, that's the thing. Apparently there must be. I don't know.
Hope stickers are great. Who doesn't like sticking stuff on things?
It's good for kids. Like it's got its like, you know, I'm not personally interested in them. Apparently Josh is.
Yeah, he is.
And I'm sure there's a lot. There's got to be. I mean, or else Topps probably wouldn't have continued with it, right?
Yeah.
So,
what are those skate digital? That's just a digital card, right? Those Topps skate digital.
Yeah, I think that's got discontinued, the digital only, but
one of those non-fungible NFT things.
Not fungible enough.
Those are so dumb. Anyways.
Silly.
Instagram, the sport card journey. I've got an idea for one of your next deep dive sets. The 2013-14 Fleer Showcase Ultra Red Medallion out of 99 or Platinum out of 25. Thoughts on this set for yourself? Okay, Mike.
All yours, Mike.
I love Fleer Showcase, guys. Like, Fleer Showcase is my absolute favorite product to rip back in the day. Like,
really? Cool.
I loved Fleer Showcase. I know it's a sticker auto product, but like, I remember being, I don't know, maybe 18 or something when this like came out, like 13, 14, 15, 16, chasing those autos. And I remember I was chasing, this would have been McKinnon's rookie year, the dual rookie in 13-14 year. And I remember I, went to my store, bought a box, came home, ripped it, found a McKinnon RPA out of Showcase, the hot prospects, and right away went back to the store, bought another box.
I knew that was all right going, yeah.
And I absolutely love Fleer Showcase. And these are really cool, like the red medallion cards. I've got a bunch of them. The ones, at 99 and the platinums at 25. I think that they're super cool. I think it'd be awesome for you guys to do a deep dive into this. Yeah.
And they don't have, like, a lot of people might make the argument that they're undervalued, which I take that as, so often in this hobby, the coolest cards for the coolest players are unreachable for many collectors. You can get really nice red medallions for, I think I've got like a Crosby PSA 10 for, a couple $100 or something like that. Right. So it's just awesome cards. I love anything Fleer. I think 2012 Fleer Retro in my mind is the greatest hockey set ever created.
Awesome.
And
awesome.
I think that
I had a Gretzky of this set, 13-14 red medallion.
Nice.
I believe I had a Gretzky. Yeah.
I think that I wonder sometimes if 2021 wasn't Fleer Ultra, wasn't EPAC only, and that had been in hobby, like if that set might even have more love than it does. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Fleer. And it sounds like, Phil, that you're a pass.
Yes, I'm not a fan of especially the ultra red medallions. I find the font offends me. It doesn't resonate with me. I don't like those.
Offended by fonts. Okay.
It reminds me of the old Parker's Champions from like 2011 or something. I don't know. There's something about those cards.
Well, to each their own.
Yeah. No, I'm happy you guys like them.
I thought they kind of chinsed out by the end, but if you look at the patches from like 13, 14, and then by like 17, 18, they were really small. But
Yeah.
like they had some big, nice patches back in the day. They're
Big
competing with
bunkers.
Panini that year, right?
Yeah, the contenders. I
Yeah,
love
they
them.
compete. Yeah, it was nice.
Instagram, JB Hockey Cards. I was not surprised to see the Young Guns renewed cards flood the markets on release day, but I was surprised to see how much they were selling for. Is this because this is another insert out of the millions we have already, or because they are reprint rookies, or a mix of both? I guess, why do you guys think, Phil, why do you think the Young Guns renewed were so hot out of the gate on the secondary markets?
Shiny new thing. Time old tale. I don't think there's any other rhyme or reason. Shiny new thing. It clicked with more people than not, so they're going for it hard. We're humans. That's how. Like no one's like, I'm going to be patient about this and wait a month and do my due diligence and check my completed sales. And yeah, no one's doing that. They're like, I want the card. I'm paying.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Mike?
I think it's twofolds. I think there's definitely an element of that shiny new thing. I think it's very collectible too. Like I think a lot of people want to put together the insert set. There's not a lot of people out there these days that collect the insert set and actually want to put them together. Like I said, I was set up at a show today and I had a lot of people asking me if I had any, and they just like them and want to put them together in a binder and just so that they can flip.
There you go.
Or whatever, right? So I think that they are very collectible, but I also wonder, because I was shooting it back and forth with a bunch of people on release day, and I'm like, these things are going for an insane amount of money considering how many of them there are. I wonder if people thought that they were not that they were short printed, but more uncommon. And when they were buying the singles, like they were dropping a lot of money on what is quite literally just like a regular insert.
Yeah.
Like, it was not. They're more common than Dazzlers. They're 3 times more common than a Dazzler, and you can get a Dazzler for $1 or $2, right? Like I think people were not they were led astray. Nobody said, "Oh, these are super uncommon," but subconsciously they were like, "Oh, this is new. This is cool. I've never seen this before," and they just started gobbling them up. And then, they're big name cards as well, big name players. So I wonder if that played a factor into it. I don't know that personally, but I do wonder if that was the case a little.
Yeah, perception is real. The biggest example of what you're talking about is the Bedard SP1 draft card from last year's Series 1, where people spent up at most $12,000 on that card and it's incredibly not rare. And that's a big oops. That's why, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, why I think if you love these cards, that the exclusives or high gloss is the way to go long term.
Yeah. I think these are going to be cards that are going to be sitting in $1, $2 bins and, by Spring Expo. Maybe not fall, but certainly by Spring Expo. You can get these for $1 or $2.
The renewed, not the outburst, you're saying.
The renewed, the outburst. I mean, those are actually short printed. Those are
awesome.
Those will be nice. I'm sure that Timmy Tantrums one will be the apple of your eye one day, Phil.
Yeah, definitely.
Instagram, Kevin B. Smith. What's the longest amount of time you've held on to a hobby box without opening? How long until you broke down and ripped that sucker open? Cheers. Phil, what's the longest? Yeah, you don't have a problem with this, do you?
No, like does junk wax count? Because if it does, then over 30 years. I have modern boxes right beside me. I've had for like 4 or 5 years, I guess. I don't have a itchy trigger finger, surprisingly.
What about you, Mike?
No, I'm in the same boat, actually. Surprisingly, I don't. I've got a couple like McDavid hobby boxes sitting up in my parents' attic. I've got, a few different over the years. I got a case of 21, 22, which is not worth nearly what it was at the time when
Series
I bought
1
it
or Series 2?
It's 2021 Series 2. So it's Stützle, Kaprizov, Dylan Cousin. Like there's some good young guns in there, but Oettinger might be Series 1, but there's some decent players in there, but it's certainly not worth, I think, what it was if I would have sold it that day.
Yeah, no.
Yield case. But yeah, it's still sitting there. I got a lot of it. I got a lot of sealed Pokemon too, so just sitting there.
I'm the weak one with weak willpower, but there are a couple examples. So we had a box of the cup that we had for last year's 5K challenge giveaway. It sat in my office for like a year. I didn't break down and open it.
Yeah, but that was a giveaway. That doesn't count.
But there's
You're a man of honor.
Troy was,
You
Troy
have
was
discipline.
convinced that we were going to be buying a box because I was going to break down and open it. And then, ironically, do you guys remember the whole Josh Luber Zero Cool thing
No.
at all? When Fanatics first got into cards, they hired him. He's like the big StockX guy, the shoe app,
Okay.
and they started. He got fired, I think, by Michael Rubin, but they did a card set for the MTV show and movie Jackass.
Okay.
Troy and I split a box, and I'm looking at it, and it's we still have never opened it, and that's probably the longest I've ever kept a box. I had this plan once where I was gonna buy just like random packs of 2015 Series 1 for the McDavid, and just because per
Like
pack,
$80 each, though, aren't
they're
they?
pretty expensive. And I got to like 8 of them, and then Troy came over, and we had whiskey, and
Oh,
that happened.
and you
Open up all of them.
did not hit the McDavid, I assume.
I think I got like a Nikolai Ehlers canvas Young Guns. That was it.
Ooh.
for
It
that,
could have been a
so-
lot worse. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah,
At least he's a
I-
good player and still in the NHL.
Yeah.
Okay, Facebook, Robert Scarf. He says, "Hey Josh, for tribute, we could use the name." I have such a hard time saying this word. Homage.
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 Silent H,
Homage.
I believe.
Yeah, homage. That could work, but I'm sure it's trademarked by somebody. Robert. Okay. Facebook, Dennis Beauregard. Beauregard. This is a French name. How do I say this?
Beauregard?
Beauregard. Okay. Is it a good strategy buying boxes on pre-sale to save $10 to $15, considering Upper Deck is not dumb enough to put the monster cards to chase in the first thousands of boxes sent? I don't know if they.
I don't think they think like that, but I
No.
think we want them to be evil that way, right?
I
Like,
don't.
I don't think they think like that. It's
Why wouldn't they want? Like, I'm not sure. Wouldn't they want the big hits to come out soon? Like, just thinking about it, you would probably prefer they come out a little earlier, just to give the perception. Oh, look how many big hits are in this product. Everyone's hitting big, and then everyone goes on and buy the product. No.
well, for the Bedard Gold, like the 101, the $1 million bounty.
That
This
one,
is-
yes.
Yeah. So the way they have sold it. Upper Deck has sold their product to the distributors. They're not
And-
getting more money from what the distributors sell it for.
No.
So what?
Upper Deck sells out the very first day.
Exactly. So why would
They
I
have
think
no
we need, like, a
incentive. They
business
don't
tree.
care whether it comes, whether that
Exactly.
the product hit comes day 1 or day 10,000.
Yes.
They've made all their money. They don't make any more. And I think that's a misconception that people have because of their distribution model.
Yes.
Is that, they say, well, Upper Deck is charging $400 for a box of Series 2 2023-22. It's like, actually, they charge the distributor, they made $100 or something like that
Yeah,
when
if
they
you're in
sold it.
Canada, your beef is with Universal and Grosvenor, right? Not
Grosvenor,
not
yeah.
Grosvenor. So
Yeah.
that's who your beef is with. Two people, two entities.
Have you guys had like a representative from one of these companies on the show? I can't recall if you guys have or not.
From Universal?
I would like
or-
to.
Well, just like any distribution company, like
I would
we
like
sit
to.
here and we throw poo at them, and like we don't really know how it works. I guess like might be interesting.
Very mysterious.
I don't know if they would come on.
I don't think so. Why would
But-
you?
We've had Carvin on, but in a different
No, that's-
capacity, talking about, because Carvin, I think, currently works at GTS.
Mm.
If I'm correct there. Mike, that's actually a really good idea, because I don't, and I'm this is not throwing shade. This is me expressing my lack of understanding. I don't understand the value that distribution has to the consumer. I understand the value it has to Upper Deck because they make one sale. They sell out
Yeah.
the first day. And
Right.
they don't have to worry about logistics and, because I view Upper Deck as a marketing company, right? They're a product marketing company. They design and develop products and market them. They outsource all their production, the people that make the cards, and then they outsource their sales and fulfillment, right? And what they focus on. And you can make the argument that that's smart. It's like, decide what kind of company you are, what you're good at. It's just like what is Amazon? Amazon is a logistics company.
Mm.
They're the best at. You think about this. They solve the problem where I don't know what it's like in Canada, but here in the US, it's weird if you have to wait more than a day to get something you order. They're so good at logistics. You can order millions of products and it'll be at your house the next day.
Yeah.
So, I don't think they have any financial incentive as to when the big hits are hit.
Universal used to be just a regular card shop in Montreal, and then when they got the allocation there, like 20 years ago or whatnot, they just talk about, and they're a Greek family too. Hey, hire me, adopt me.
All right, Instagram, Motorcycle Mark. A couple of shops are finally dropping the price of Series 2. Was the Bedard 101 pulled? We have no evidence.
Yeah.
So it'd be weird for us not to know at this point. It's probably because it's not moving. There's, if you take an economics class, right? There's the price, there's the supply demand curve, and at a certain point you raise the price, people will just stop buying because they don't see the value.
Well, you could just buy the Bedard Young Guns for the price of the box at this point. So it's like most people are just going to do that now, as opposed to chase and lose their money. They just got to recoup costs at this point, as opposed to sit on it for a while.
Lost cost fallacy. If you had $1 million, would you spend 500,000 on product and hope to hit the 101? Or is there so much that was printed you wouldn't even come close to?
Absolutely not.
No,
absolutely not.
Maybe get a ruby out of it or something.
Yeah,
first ruby or something. Yeah.
No, well, you would have to literally hit that 1 of 1 in order to.
I should know how much they
make it
printed.
worth it
That's
for
what I
you,
want to
but-
know. Because you could do some math.
I'd rather have like a sweet Gretzky or Gordie Howe limited logos or something like that, like the best of the best, anyways. And you could take your $1 million and spend 20 grand on a card of a lifetime and still have almost $1 million. That's what I would do. Facebook, Andrew Shee, what inserts are you excited about for SPA? On that note, what have been your favorite inserts of all time in hockey? I'm going to go first here real quick, and I'm just going to say I typically don't love SPA inserts. I think that SPA is dying, needs an insert chase. That's the dying.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Yeah, that came out wrong. But I'll give it to you.
Good job, Louis.
I think it's dying for a good insert because this is, again, going back to that old, we just talked about autos versus inserts. You open up you get a box SPA, it's a spendy box. Your third pack in, you hit your Future Watch auto as of some guy you've never heard of. Now you have 15 packs or whatever left, and there's no hope at that point, hardly to hit a good card. And that to me is where if there was like some big insert chase beyond the Future Watch Auto and SPA, I think that would give the box a lot more excitement. What do you think, Mike?
Maybe because the biggest hit I've ever had in my life was out of a box of SPA. Like that Bossy Gretzky dual auto was out of SPA. You know how it was like the black and gold. It wasn't a sign of the times. It was an all-time moments variant.
Nice.
Yeah, beautiful. Nice.
Yeah.
Did you get rid of it or did you keep it?
I'm so mad at myself, kick myself for it every day, but I sold it.
Okay.
The first time when I kind of left the hobby, I had to get money for college, and
you had to do what you had to do, man.
My biggest card at the time, like, all right, I can get $500 for this, and I sold it. Now it's definitely worth way more than that. But
if you could buy that card back, would you?
For the same price?
Yeah, or just someday do you think of it enough where even if it was $1,000 and you had $1,000 to spend on a card, or would you buy that one back?
I think I would, because the autograph was so clean on it. I did end up getting it graded by Beckett, and it came back. I think it was a 9 and then a 10 auto. So like the auto was clean. It was nice. It was black with gold ink. It was awesome. It was such a good card. I'll send you guys a picture afterwards.
Yeah, definitely.
But I kind of have a bias towards SP Authentic, and I love the Sign of the Times like black and gold inscription sets that they have. One of my favorite favorite sets that, like, whenever I see them, I'm walking the show floor and I see one, just pops right out to me saying, "Buy me, buy me."
That blue,
I've
that midnight blue kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
nice.
So I've got a few of those. I'm a big fan of that set through SPA.
What about you, Phil?
I used to be I used to be a big SPA boy, especially with the acetates in them from years back. But then they took them out and they put them in extended.
Yeah.
So now it's just like a flop thing. Like if I bought a case of this year's and I got a Bedard Future Watch Auto in my first box, you best believe I'm selling the rest of the boxes, right? Like,
yeah, probably.
It's just a Future Watch product, and I think, like you said, Josh, the product is dying to receive some new inserts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will not be not chasing anything in that. I'm all about Allure lately, so. Yeah.
All right, Facebook Haasman. A lot of Young Guns Renewed questions. What do you think the long-term value will be for Young Guns Renewed in Series 1?
Dollar bin
Long-term
fodder.
Really?
Dollar bin fodder. I do
Yeah.
think so.
What about the exclusives in High Gloss, Mike? Do you think
Those will have value?
Not
Those will
much,
have value.
though. I don't think they'll have much. I really don't. I really, really don't, because the cards are so strong in visual appearance. Being a high gloss is not. It's just, I don't know. I just don't. I like them. I love my Carlson. I would love a high gloss of Carlson and an exclusive and a regular. But other than that, I'm not interested. It's just too gimmicky. But they're beautiful.
All right.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, and sometimes cards are just cool and they're not worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Exactly.
And that's okay too. Instagram, Ryan Moss. Will the Oldie and Crosby renewed outbursts sell for more than the McDavid? So he's assuming that maybe in Series 2 or as this, I think it's like a 3-year plan.
Yeah.
That Billy outlined that eventually we'll get Oldie and Crosby. So at the end of the 5 years from now, which one's the most valuable?
I'll go. So Ovi and Crosby will not be worth more than the McDavid, but they should be. That's my prediction. Yes.
What do you think, Mike?
I think if Ovi breaks the record, I think that'll be a very expensive card.
Do you think he will, Mike?
Yes, I do. So I guess the answer is yes.
I don't think he will.
Got a goal last night.
He's gonna play. He'll play 7 years. If it takes him 7 years to get 40. 41. He'll stretch it out over a couple of years. It's gonna happen.
We'll see. We'll see.
He'll do it.
All right, Ryan had another question. He said, do you think there should be a database of all major cards pulled from products? The second part of the question is, once those major hits are pulled, do you think the overall product should drop in value? What do you think, Phil?
I absolutely think there should be a major database of all cards pulled. Our friend of the show, Jeremy Lee, tried to do just that over 10 years ago, I believe. But it's a little too logistically impossible, I believe, to do that here and take pictures of the patch cards, even though I would really, really think it would be amazing if somebody figured out said logistics and we had a master database. Second part, once those major hits are pulled, do you think the overvalued product should drop in value? No, I don't think so, because I like all hockey cards. All hockey cards matter.
What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I'm pretty much it. Like, it'd be cool. Like, it'd be nice to know like what's been hit, what hasn't, what not, what's still out there, what could be chased still. I just don't think it's feasible. Like, I just think there's also a lot of people out there that like aren't on social media.
Yes.
Aren't on the computer. Like, there's a lot of old heads in this hobby, and they just like they open wax and they just keep it to themselves, and it's just something that they like to do. It's fun. And they're just not posting what they have. They're not asking, oh, does anyone have this? So it'd just be impossible to know exactly where every single card ends up. Like, just logistically impossible.
Yeah, somebody might have pulled the Bedard 101,
right?
And it's just sitting in their top loader binder, and they don't have to share it to Instagram. Sometimes we think like the whole hobby is on Instagram, and we've had through this show certain instances that have reminded us actually of the tiniest percentage of this hobby is on Instagram.
Yeah.
It's actually very small. I think logistically impossible in theory would be cool, and like when you actually try to figure out how it would be done, that it would be tough to do. Instagram, jwonger17. Dylan Gunther prices seem to be rising. Buy, sell, or hold. Mike, what are you doing with Dylan Gunther?
So it depends on the card. Depends on the card. If we're talking to Young Guns, I'm selling this thing ASAP because it's gone bonkers at the start of the season. And I think that as every Young Guns does, little stock market, it'll rise and fall. I will sell at the peak, which I think it's at right now. If it's like a low pop RPA, like a cup RPA, or it's a future watch, a FWAP or something like that, I'd probably hold on to it.
Flop.
But Young Guns or something that's like, there's a lot of them out there. Yeah, I'd sell it. I'd sell it.
You got a Gunther exclusive, Mike?
I do not. I wish I did. I wish I did.
That would have been really cheap.
Are you looking for one, Phil?
No, I am not. No. I might start a top loader Young Gun exclusive binder, but I'm stretched a little thin right now. So, yeah.
Phil would trade you 900 Shane Pinto Young Guns for one.
No, I won't.
I'd probably hold Gunther for a little bit. Phil, what are you doing?
I'd hold. He's awesome. But he got the vote of confidence from Bedard in the offseason. Said he's a beast. Watch out.
Yeah.
Instagram, EdLister82. I'm watching a Mint Ink break, and they had pick'ems. What does that mean? So I reached out to him, and it just means a pick your team break. And Mike, thank you for chiming in. PYT is the other
acronym
way to do that. Do you buy a lot of breaks, Mike?
I don't. I'm not a big breaker myself. I prefer to open my own cards when I'm opening cards. But funny enough, I was at Mint Ink on release day, and I helped them open up half a case on their stream, and it was a lot of fun.
Nice.
Nice.
Did you break it with Johnny?
Yeah. Me and John. Well,
crazy, eh?
I took Johnny's spot.
Oh,
I took Johnny's spot while he was breaking, but yeah, no, good guy. Love the dudes over at Mint Ink.
They're awesome. Great bunch.
Yeah.
Can't wait to go there. We're going to be there Wednesday of Expo Week for the first.
I'm meeting you there, right? When I drive up there?
Yes, you are. Where are we? Okay. Oh, Instagram, the ultimate playmaker. I'm going to the Expo for the first time, and I feel like it's going to be overwhelming going into such a large show. I want to buy cards, a few boxes. Should I prioritize looking for good deals on cards or boxes first? Also, any other tips to maximize my time at the show? Mike, we'll let you answer this one first.
So I think it depends on the type of collector that you are. Like if you like singles, I would probably suggest buying the singles and the cards that you want for a good price, and make sure that you keep your money for the cards that you want, and then press your luck with ripping afterwards after you've picked up everything that you want. But if you're someone who enjoys to rip, I mean, have at her, do whatever you want. But that would be, I guess, what I would say. If you want singles and you want nice cards and high price cards, and that's what you're going there for, do that first and then rip afterward.
Phil, what's your best advice?
Yes, it will be overwhelming no matter what category you're in. So it's a bit of a conflicting response. I went on this assuming that you are just a regular card collector with a PC. So if you see your big whale card or your big boy card, don't do a lap and think about it. I'm sorry, I'm not giving you financial advice, but I am giving you financial advice. Buy the card because it won't be there when you walk back. It just won't be. That's your high glosses, your exclusives, your cup RPAs, your old artifacts. You know the cards, medium to high, right? If you're on the smaller scale, like you have a list and I'm showing up something like that, and you're just scratching numbers off, you could probably take a time, go for your pee, get some food, and you'll be okay. You always want to make sure you got food in your stomach. You make bad decisions when you're hungry. So make sure you bring sandwiches. Are you allowed to bring sandwiches? You're allowed to bring your own food.
Yeah, there's no security. So
yeah, well, I don't think that is security. You might say security on it, but
pizza, right?
I just mean like they don't look through like your backpack.
No. So stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Eat your food. It is overwhelming, big time, especially when you walk in. Buy your big boy card and think about the lesser cards.
Phil, do you think if we got a huge case, you'd be willing to show off your Shane Pinto Young Gun collection?
If we got a huge case. Oh, like you want me just to bring, man, I don't know. Like, I guess. I don't know.
I think, there's like a bearded lady at the circus, or this, we could like sell admission, like see the world's largest, dumbest collection.
I listen, I'm trying to get word to him that I have all these cards, and he'd be like, there's nobody who bought 400. I'd be like, I'm that idiot.
Oh, it's so funny.
I'm trying to get him on the podcast, right?
Like you pay $2 to see 400 Shane Pinto Young Guns, wouldn't you?
I'll say this though. I fully expect a lot more ripping this year because the boxes are actually affordable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like last spring, there was no one ripping. Like
That sucked. That sucked.
Yeah, you go to the upper deck, rip zone, ghost town. Absolutely, there was trading going on, I guess, but like no one was actually ripping.
Good point.
I think that'll be a lot. Like I'm personally going to be opening at least a couple boxes there throughout the weekend. Last year, not one, and I've never done that. I've always opened at least 1 or 2 boxes. Last year, I was just not paying $400. It just wasn't happening.
Do you go
If it was
every day,
even
Mike?
$200, the floor would have been littered
With
with
wrappers.
pack wrappers.
Yeah.
Yes. Looking for that Bedard 101.
Was that
Are you
Phil?
going? Are you going every day this year?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
nice. So we'll get to see you all the time. Hey.
Oh yeah, last 2 years I've been an everydayer. So
Awesome,
I'll
man. So
definitely
fun,
be
eh?
there.
Oh, nice, man. Can't wait to meet up with you.
I love it. Comfy shoes, people.
Yes.
Style does not matter. None of us are cool enough for that to matter
Obviously.
anyways.
Look what we're talking about.
Exactly. We're talking about cards. So don't
Yeah.
have to wear the most comfy shoes you got. I rock a pair of Hokas. They're great. Love 'em.
Hokas are awesome.
The best. Absolute best.
Bring your sister-in-law that's single. I could be your brother-in-law if you play your cards right.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Discord, Mad Dog, Nab, 78. Great question. What's the craziest thing you've seen in a dollar box? So I'll go here first. Nothing crazy for me for hockey, but my son who played basketball, like 7 or 8 years ago, we went to a small like vintage baseball shop and he bought it was raw, but it's like perfect. A Kobe Bryant rookie card for like $8.
Nice. Very nice. Cool.
Yeah, he still got that. Nothing crazy for me for hockey. Phil, have you pulled anything crazy out of a dollar box?
Myself, no. But remember Josh, the other Josh, hit him high. He found a Wayne Gretzky refractor 1998 in it wasn't $1, but it was a very, very cheap box. And that's like a $2,000 card. So he bought it.
Nice.
So that's the craziest story I've heard. I've never found anything.
What about you, Mike?
I've had a couple solid pickups. I consider myself a dollar bin hunter. Like I do love to just go through the value bins, and like that's what I'll be doing that whole weekend, just digging through whether it's $1, $2, $5, but whatever it may be. I would say one of the coolest finds I had was it last Fall Expo, I believe. An Evan Bouchard Allure Purple Diamond to 10. Got it for a buck.
Oh, dang.
For a buck. An actual dollar box. Yeah.
Like legit, every card was $1. I found a lot of good stuff there. I've had a couple of nice like other sports stuff. There's this one show that I go to. They've got every card is $1. And I found Noah Dobson, Young Guns, Montembeau, Paterka. Like they've had some really good stuff just randomly in there. I've had some decent pickups with dollar bins.
So do you guys have dollar bills or is it just coins?
We used to.
No, just the coins.
Yeah, they're loonies, right? So is it the loony box? Is that what you call it? The loony box?
Yeah, there you go, Josh.
Yeah, the loony bin.
Yeah.
Loony bin. Oh, that is sweet. I love that. I love naming everything. Last question comes from the Hockey Cards Gongshow and Mike.
Yes. I got a question for you guys. And it's one that I've talked about on my show, and I'm curious to get you guys, because you guys are like esteemed collectors. You've been around, you've been to all the shows, and you're kind of the audience that I'm curious about. So I set up. I set up at shows every month. There's a local one that I go and set up at. And I've always been curious for you guys. I know my opinion. When you're digging into value boxes, do you prefer a certain type of organization, whether it's by team, by price, by player, rookies versus vets type of card? Like, is there a certain type of organization that you prefer or that makes you happy when you're looking through it so you know exactly what you're looking at?
I'm typically a player collector, so I'll go player. I think it depends what type of collector. And then I'm going to let Baba Louie go next, but I just got to throw this in there. One of the things that's hurt poor Baba Louie's heart is with Troy not going to fall, Baba Louie's lost his dollar box bin guy. So maybe you and Mike should buddy up and go attack some dollar bins together.
I have found some really good spots in at the show. I know the places to go. I'll show you.
I love dollar box diving. It's awesome. But to answer your question, I like I like going for teams, and then players. It would be the way I'd organize it.
I'm a teams guy. I just go right to the Sens or the Oilers, or that's about it.
Yeah, I currently have it set up by price, and I feel like I don't know. I might switch it up and go teams. I might do that.
I don't think as a seller you want to be careful. Like if you do, what are you gonna do? Put a Erik Karlsson high gloss with your, Bobby Ryan 5th year card as a seller. You don't want to. It's tough for you guys.
So I do have that. Like I have some of them prioritized. Like I have a box that's like $2 to $5, and then a box that's like $5 to $20, and then whatever. Right. So like it wouldn't be that high end.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I was just curious from collectors what you prefer.
It all depends on where I'm at too. If I'm at the expo and I got 500 tables to go through, I want to get in and get out as fast as I can. How fast can I find what I'm looking for? If I want North Stars and Wild stuff, where's the North Stars and the Wild? Boom, go through it, find it. If I'm looking for a certain guy, boom, not there, off to the next table.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Good question. All right. Personal pickups. Phil, Baba Louie, and Josh, we suck this week in the hockey card hobby.
Oh, Mike? It's just Mike?
Thank God this Mike. Thank God this Mike to save face. You've got a number of pickups, so I'll let you and Baba Louie run through them.
Perfect. I got a bunch here. This is Dylan Guenther, credentials, debut ticket access auto. I think credentials, like these debut ticket access autos, are super slept on. I love
Is that an acetate one?
Yeah, so it's the acetate to 99.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, awesome looking card. So that's one that I picked up. Dylan Guenther, one of the hottest guys in the hobby right now. Ilya Kovalchuk, Premier Signatures auto.
What a great set.
Yeah, like I don't see a lot of Kovalchuk autographs out there. So it was like, oh, it's kind of cool.
Or Atlanta Thrasher cards.
Or Atlanta Thrasher cards anymore. So I just kind of was like, yeah, sure. This looks pretty cool. It was fairly priced. So I pulled the trigger and I bought it. What else do we got?
I didn't feel like separating these ones. I feel like garbage, so I just put them all together in one. Boop.
That's fair. That's completely fair. So the all-time Future Watch set from the SP Legends set is actually like a really, really cool set. Which is another. Did you guys do a deep dive into that? I can't recall.
It's one of all of our favorite sets, though.
We talk about it every show.
We gushed over it. I would love to collect the entire set. Like that would be amazing. And a Gretzky all-time Future Watch is way up on the Grail list for me.
Yeah, it's an absolute beauty. I know a guy who's collecting the set, so when I see them, I usually pick them up, knowing that he's willing to always trade for them. And so I picked them up. There was a Jeremy Roenick and Igor Larionov, and turns out he needs both of them. So we'll definitely, so we'll figure out a trade for those at some point down the road. But it's a beautiful set. I absolutely love it. And then Jordan Binnington was the Intimidation Nation. So those are nicely short printed from metal autograph. And then Stature, one of my favorite products, Stature on card auto, John Tavares, number to 10. Little green short variant there. So those are a couple of pickups that I made. And then I think we got the one more. Yeah.
You're an animal.
Marie-Philippe Poulin, who's an absolute beautician on the ice. I personally think that women's hockey cards are super slept on also. I think the game is growing as it should. And I mean, whether you want to flip a coin, Marie-Philippe Poulin or Haley Wickenheiser, they're both kind of 1A, 1B. We talk about goats of women hockey. So getting a patch auto of her is not a bad thing to ever do. So that was
a little bit of gold on that patch too, huh?
Yeah. Nice 3-color, really nice couple breaks there. It was really cool opportunity to buy that one. So yeah, those are the few. I got a couple of I think I got a Pedersen and a Laffy PSA 10 as well on top of that for Young Guns. So that was the lot today. I was at a card show, so it was just a chance to
good day.
Stuff. Yeah, it was good.
Well, Mike, did you have fun?
Yeah, it's always fun sitting there talking cards. I love talking cards. Anytime I can do it. Love to come on again.
Yeah, we're fun. Mike's great.
Yeah. Where can people find your stuff that want to hear you or watch you more on a regular basis?
So you can find, I do a podcast with a buddy of mine, Anthony Santini. We do it. It's called the Hockey Card Haven Podcast. It's available on Spotify, and you can also find it on YouTube as well. We do new episodes every Wednesday. So the days where the Gong Show doesn't put out a show, you can go and listen to us on Wednesdays. We may or may not have done that strategically, not to didn't want to step on the toes of the OGs, you know.
There's a lot of room for, a healthy hobby has lots of great shows to keep people interested, informed, and engaged. And you guys have a really great show. And I highly recommend everyone checking it out. The Hockey Card Haven podcast. I'm a regular listener and have enjoyed both you and Anthony on that show.
I just subscribed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Like just right now?
Yeah, literally right now. I just Googled it.
I'll take it
There you
whenever. I'll take what I can get. I'm good for it. Makes me
Well, if
happy.
you liked the episode, please leave a rating and review on Apple, Spotify, whatever podcast app you listen to us on. If you love the show, you want to support us, you want to chat with us and Mike's in Discord too on the Hockey Cards Gongshow Discord server. Please consider a $5 a month donation. Join our $1.99 support level tier on Patreon. Link is in the show description in both podcast apps and YouTube, Instagram profile, TikTok profile, and our website, hockeycardsgongshow.com. You can click on the Become a Patron link or just go to Patreon directly, patreon.com, and search for Hockey Cards Gong Show. Believe it or not, we're on social media. Old guys on social media. Nothing's more fun than that. We're on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube. And boys, the Hockey Cards Gong Show podcast is a production of Dogbox Ventures, LLC. Have an amazing start to your week. All right, Baba Louie, muster the energy to take us out here, buddy.
Bye.
Bye, guys.